Good morning, you're welcome to News Morning here on TV3. I am Enyunam Haliga, coming up in a few minutes. Ghana activates precautionary measures against possible virus Ebola spread as at least 100 deaths reported in outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Also, Ghana's Statistical Service has revealed that 250 districts saw a reduction in multidimensional poverty between 2021 and 2025. And much later in this bulletin, Gold Board receives 121 kilograms of gold from the mine mines, making its second consignment to be delivered by the Ghanaian Gold Mining Company. We're going to our first story now on the health front, where President Mahama has called for a major overhaul of Ghana's global finances system, warning that Africa can no longer depend on what he described as an outdated model of donor dependency. Addressing delegates in Geneva, he maintains that too many communiques from such international meetings without action is a detriment to global health success.
Among the many world leaders across the world, the focus was Ghana's success in health despite the myriad of challenges that has bedeviled it in its implementation. The World Health Organization's highest decision-making body, the annual gathering, brings together global delegates to set strategic health priorities, approve operational budgets, and address pressing public health emergencies. President Mahama walked into the Palais des Nations in the serene Swiss city, Geneva, the world charting a new path, focusing on moving on to a new challenge of fending for its own with the withdrawal of finances. Switzerland, having hosted the WHO over decades, says it has a strong belief in the Global Health Organization, with a pledge of 269 million Swiss francs for recapitalization. The president mounted the rostrum clear in his mind, telling the Ghanaian story.
And by sovereignty, we do not mean isolationism. We're advocating the practical capacity of a nation to finance its own core functions, regulate its own quality, produce its own medicines, and govern its own data. Ministers of health in the Global South often spend more time writing donor reports than designing and fixing primary health care. This is a system that has confused the multiplication of institutions with the multiplication of impact.
The Assembly, having been hit with the reality, is re-looking inward at radical reforms that will give sovereignty to member countries, but the president sounded the caution.
Let us not let reform be a ceiling. If we are to fix the system, we must be brave enough to look at institutional mandates and mergers without fears. Second, let us invest in execution. The world does not need more communiques. It needs deal rooms, local factories, and resilient supply chains. And third, let us measure success by the clinic, not the conference. The only metric that matters is whether a child in the Global South has a reasonable chance of survival as a child in the Global North. Colleagues, the old global health order built in the aftermath of a different century is tottering. But a new order is rising. And this will be an order that is defined by agency, not aid, by partnership, not paternalism. And it is being built for the mother in the Global South, who, even as we speak this morning, will be delivering her child under the light of a lamp tonight.
The Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, acknowledged Ghana's effort in healthcare delivery, opining the need for a firm decision the plenary will dilate on before the Assembly ends on May 23.
We project that for the current biennium, 90% of the base budget is funded. However, we recognize that in the current environment, the remaining 10% will not be easy to mobilize.
Now, still on the health front, the Ministry of Health says precautionary steps already being activated nationwide after an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. With at least 100 deaths and 246 suspected cases already recorded, countries are being urged to strengthen surveillance and preparedness measures to prevent any further spread of the virus. Safwa Bwahine has the rest of the story.
Once again, Ebola is forcing African countries into a state of alert. The outbreak in DR Congo and concerns over spread within the region have triggered renewed discussions around preparedness, border surveillance, and how quickly countries can respond if infections begin crossing borders. For health experts, this movement is less about panic and more about readiness. Dr. Banda Khalifa is a global health expert and member of the WHO Emergency Preparedness and Response Technical Advisory Group for the Africa region.
Every country in Africa, most likely the ones close to Uganda and DRC, should move immediately from routine monitoring to active preparedness. So that will mean first, activate the emergency operations. Second, strengthen surveillance in border districts and health facilities. And third, and most importantly, protect health workers. That means PPE, tried and protocol.
In Ghana, authorities say response systems are already being reviewed and strengthened. The Ghana Health Service says the country also has the capacity to test suspected samples if necessary. Dr. Franklin Esiedu-Bekwin is the Director of Public Health, Ghana Health Service.
What we are doing as a country is that we already have our Ebola virus disease response plan. So this plan is going to be updated. And then one of the things we're going to look at the various thematic areas. So the idea is that you have the capacity to detect the cases. And clearly you have several people. So we're going to kind of orient our several people to make sure that they can actually suspect the cases and detect. The other issue is that we have the lab capacity. And I say, yes, we have the Gucci and we have our KTCR. So we're going to expand our lab capacity that if cases are suspected, then we are able to confirm them.
Beyond government response, health officials say public awareness and early reporting will be critical in keeping the virus out of the country. The Ghana Health Service is urging the public to remain cautious and avoid practices that could expose them to infection.
The reason why it was declared as a public health emergency of international concern is the rapidity of the spread. You understand? So the idea is that we shouldn't take anything for granted. Ghanaians should be on the lookout. Make sure that you wash your hands. Make sure that you don't get into contact with somebody who is ill. Make sure that you don't go and eat an animal which is ill or sick. And those are the things that we're going to make sure that you broadcast enough information to the Ghanaians to be aware of the situation.
For now, Ghana remains without a confirmed Ebola case, but as the outbreak deepens elsewhere on the continent, health authorities say preparedness, vigilance, and public cooperation may prove just as important as medical response itself. Safwa Bwahine, TV3 News, Accra.
Now, away from the health front, the Mang mine has for the second consecutive time delivered 100% of its gold production to the Ghana Gold Board in support of government's gold purchase and value retention policy. The latest consignment, presented at a brief ceremony in Accra, amounted to 121 kilograms of gold, equivalent to about 3,400 tons, surpassing the previous delivery of 103 kilograms.
The technical director of Gold Board, Michelle Akon, commended the management of the mine and its parent company for demonstrating confidence in the national policy, which he said encourages large-scale mining firms to supply between 20 and 30% of their gold production to the state.
This is the second time the Daman Gold Mine is delivering its gold to Gold Board. 100%. This one will help us to retain value for our gold produced for the country. Receiving today is 121 kilograms, which is about 3,400 ounces.
He urged other mining companies operating in the country to emulate Damang's example to help the country retain more value from its mineral resources. The lawyer for Damang Gold Mine, Bobby Banson, said the decision to supply the entire gold output to Gold Board reflects the company's commitment to national development.
For those that thought that what we did last time was a 9-day wonder, this is just further evidence of the commitment of the mine wholly owned by a Ghanaian to support the Ghanaian economy. Like he said, if all other large-scale mine companies would think of the Ghana's interest first above personal profits, the economy would, in the long term, be sustainable and for the benefit of every person, not one or two.
Bobby Banson added that Damang Man would continue to offer Gold Board first refusal on future gold production, provided the institution has the financial capacity to purchase it. On April 30 this year, Damang Gold Mine Limited sold 100% of its first gold output, amounting to 110 kilograms, to Gold Board and the Bank of Ghana to support the country's national reserves.
Now, a report by the Ghana Statistical Service has revealed that while the nation is making steady progress against poverty, the benefits are starkly unequal. In its maiden district-level multidimensional poverty index covering of about 261 districts, the GSS revealed that an impressive 250 districts saw a reduction in poverty between 2021 and 2025.
The progress masks a massive geographic divide, highlighted by a staggering 46 percentage point gap between Ghana's most and least deprived areas. At one end of the spectrum is Yawaso North Municipal in the Greater Accra region, which recorded the lowest multidimensional poverty incidence at just 5.5%. At the other end lies Yinyo Nazwan in the northeast region, where more than half the population, that is 51.6%, remaining multidimensionally poor. The northeast region as a whole faces severe challenges, with all 6 of its districts ranking among the top 10 most impoverished in the country. Government statistician Dr. Alhassan Idrisu noted the value of the ranking
is not in naming districts. The value lies in guiding action. These rankings should help government target interventions better. They should help metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies improve planning and budgeting. They should help Parliament strengthen oversight.
Deputy Finance Minister Thomas Nyako Ampim assured the GSS of the ministry's support.
Even though I haven't consulted him, I'm going to make a pledge that we are going to support you with funds to go to all the 16 regions, meet all the assemblies, and discuss these findings with them.
Acting Deputy Government Statistician Omar Seidi recommended that priority attention is given to high poverty districts.
All districts in the northeast region need to be reassessed for targeted interventions. MMDAs should integrate the findings into their medium-term development plans. The ranking provide evidence for planning, budgeting, targeting, and monitoring. Resource allocation should reflect need. Districts with high and persistent MPI should be considered in public investment, social protection, and local development programming.
The GSS urged government to establish peer learning programs, allowing lagging districts to study the success strategies of high-performing rapid reduction areas like Wild West.
Now, the Public Accounts Committee hearing on Monday took a dramatic turn when Communications Minister Samuel Nate George locked horns with the chairperson, Abner Sayasari, in heated exchanges over concerns about poor telco services and delay in fixing these challenges. The hearing, which was frequently interrupted by power outages, had the Sports Ministry also faulted for submitting claims of payment of some 35.8 million to the police for the 2023 African Games without supporting document. My colleague Christian Yali reports from Adam.
Private businesses are about making profits, and those profits they paid to you over 8 years at the finance ministry as corporate taxes.
Minister,
no, honorable, I'm also a member of parliament. Don't do this.
Minister,
please, I am on the floor,
Minister,
honorable.
I understand.
Let me make my point. No, you won't heckle me. Don't play sentiment.
You, but we beg
Chairman, until and unless policy decision is making, honorable, you need to rein in the honorable member. She's being unruly.
No,
you are being unruly, please. This is unbecoming of a member of parliament. Please, stop doing this.
Respectfully, can you tell us
the
your
chair
mind?
give me the floor, please.
Minister,
honorable, don't do this.
This is our committee. Minister, respectfully, I understand.
So if it's your committee, then don't invite us.
When you come here and we address issues, it is not that we want to talk anybody down. Never. You and I, we go beyond this. We go beyond this. It is not that we want to talk anybody down. But, Minister, the situation is serious. That is all the sentiments I'm trying to carry across.
And that's the point I'm making. We've given a policy direction in January. On the back of our policy direction, MTN is rolling out 800 new sites. Telecel is rolling out 350 new sites. Between those two companies, you see 1,150 new sites. However, that's why I said to you that this is engineering and not sentiment.
PAC also questioned the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for submitting a claim of 35.8 million cedis to be paid 6,000 police officers who provided services during the 2023 African Games.
And they spent 35.8 million 2024 for police officers, and we don't have documentation on it. If we can't understand this duplication, I don't understand why we should change a minister every year. Maybe we need to change everybody in the ministry every year and keep the minister.
The question is, how did you submit what you have raised questions on yourself? That's what they want to know.
Yes, thank you. We got assurance from the police that they will provide the supporting document. Internal auditor. Internal auditor.
The executive chairman of the local organizing committee for the 2023 African Games, Dr. Kwaku Fosuasare, says he was surprised the police was making that demand.
This was the bill submitted by the police at the end of the games, and I was really baffled when the bill was submitted to me because we didn't reach that agreement.
For about 4 times during proceedings, the Public Accounts Committee hearing was interrupted by power outages, popularly called Dumso. Although in each of the circumstances, power was quickly restored, it really did take away something from the flow of the proceedings as members had to consistently pause their contributions and questioning to wait for power to return. Christian Yale, TV3 News, Ada.
To some legal stories now, as NPP's Ashanti Regional Chairman, Bernard Entwi-Boesiako, popularly known as Wontumi, has been hauled before the court for the 3rd time. This time for the offences of defrauding by false pretense, causing financial loss to a public body, money laundering and authoring a forged document in relation to fraudulently acquiring a 14.3 million cedis loan using his farming company from the Ghana Export-Import Bank between 2018 and 2012. My colleague Lord Idwasari reports.
When the case was called, Chairman Wontumi pleaded not guilty to the 4 counts of charges preferred against him and his company, Wontumi Farms Limited. Reading the facts of the case, Deputy Attorney General Dr. Justice Remsai alleged Chairman Wontumi used a forged receipt, knowing it was not genuine, to obtain an additional 4 million Ghana cedis from the bank. Andy Apiakubi, lead counsel for Chairman Wontumi, prayed the court to maintain bail conditions granted his clients by the Economic and Organized Crime Office, noting that he had been cooperative and honored all their invitations. Apiakubi further stated that Wontumi is a politician with repute and had complied with the previous bail terms. Deputy Attorney General Dr. Justice Remsai did not oppose the prayer for bail. Presiding Judge Halima El Alawa Abdul Basit then granted the plea of the defense and granted Wontumi to bail on the existing terms. Andy Apiakubi reacted to the charges against Wontumi.
Said in the law that 1 million accusations will not constitute a crime. So once the accusations can the law allows us to also open our abuse of the prosecution's case. Therefore, at this time, We are not guilty, so there's a presumption in law that he is still not guilty until the guilt is established. First one to our submissions in the case. Let me commence the intelligence now today for the simple conduct of exhibiting the characteristics of the Minister for Justice. He agreed to the submission and respect to the great application of the petitions. So we are grateful to him.
The case has been adjourned to June 18 for case management conference. Lord Idwasari, TV3 News, Accra.
And that's how we end News Morning here on TV3. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyunam Haliga. New Day continues.
Obaro is missing. He made a promise that today he will stand and dance.
Oh, there's no way.
And he disappeared some way, somehow.
Bella, don't be believing these.
No, he said
it's not.
Has he told you he started a 45-minute rehearsal daily?
I'm telling you so, boy.
With DWP?
I'm telling you
yes.
so. Only more Mumpo. If they come in studio right now and we ask him to name them.
Oh, he will.
Please, I beg you.
Oh, he will.
He does
Obaro
not
sleeps
know
on
them.
TikTok. At least he should know their faces.
I've been with Rolly here, and I showed him very simple dance moves from DWP. They came to show us here. The one that you go like this and like this. Even that is a problem, Bella.
He was pretending.
So no, he wasn't pretending.
He just felt like, that day he just wanted to make it look like he doesn't know how to dance.
Asano, even seated, Rolly, even seated.
No, we need to check with DWP. if truly he goes for rehearsals.
He doesn't go for rehearsals.
He says 3 times a week, 45 minutes every time.
I can
every
bet
session.
my entire life on it. Tell me, say Obwa. He doesn't go for any rehearsals. Yeah, I promise you. On see her crying.
Oh my word.
On see her.
Good morning, by the way. How you doing?
Very well. How are you doing too?
I'm fine. How do you feel the vibe? How do you feel the vibe?
I wasn't sure if we were feeling the vibe he brought on the red carpet because we were just discussing. I remember he was the gentleman with the bag. The look, the outfit, yes, but the bag, maybe he wanted to make a statement. He wanted us to feel the vibe.
Maybe someday when we get to speak to him, we should ask him what was his inspiration.
I know, right?
What look was he trying to achieve? That
Carrying
would be
the
nice.
bag.
But regardless of that, I mean, we still feel your vibe. We're looking forward to more music. And I love him as a praise and worship leader.
You were
I
telling me.
think he's a fantastic worship leader. I've watched him perform a few times and he's up there.
I haven't
He's really
experienced
good.
him before
He's up there.
in that manner, so
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing
I'm looking
him
forward to
perform
that.
like
I think he gets to perform at a few of these major concerts. So hopefully we get to see a lot more of him.
Hopefully.
Yes, indeed. But good morning to you as well. Thank you for joining us on TV3 Newday. Of course, we're on till 10 a.m. and we hope that you had a restful evening. If not, don't worry. We are here. We'll help you figure it out. Get your coffee, get your tea, get your cocoa, whatever it is, and just sit down and enjoy us. If you're on your way to work as well, no worries. You can still find a way to watch us or listen to us on social media, on Facebook at TV3 Ghana and also on YouTube at TV3 Ghana. So, yeah, we have quite a lot to talk about today.
Yes, we've got a bit to talk about today. For the big issue, of course, you'll be leading that discussion. We're taking a look at Mahama calling at the Agenda 111 project imprudent and very poorly executed. And I can agree. Because I remember when we embarked on this whole journey or the mission of Community Manifesto.
Yes.
Community Manifesto.
True.
Exactly, prior to the 2024 elections. Bella, I cannot count the number of Agenda 111 projects we saw unattended. Some of them, the sword was just cut and it's just, the foundation was not even laid. For some of those that foundations were laid, it was nothing to write home about. So we kept asking questions because you remember there was a stipulated time that was given. I think it was about 18 months. The president then at the time, initially said it was going to be completed within 18 months. But even before they were leaving office, I think it was probably just one that was completed. But even that one, they said 75% at the time.
The former finance minister said there were 3 actually.
Exactly 3, I remember.
Completed.
But even the one that they focused on, even that one, I don't think that it was even 60% complete. So I can agree with the president if he says that it was poorly executed and imprudent. We'll be taking a look at that.
Yes,
and then we'll be talking about Galamsey as well. We know that yesterday, unfortunately, one person was shot in relation to NIMO's operations in one of our villages. But Tanoso residents resort to sachet water for daily activities because, yes, the water is unclean. And experts have mentioned time and again that if we do not stop these Galamsey activities, by 2030, Ghana would be importing water.
I don't even know how we're going to do that.
How are we going to... So in gallons...
No I don't know how we're going to do it.
In gallons, in tankers... Ship loads of... I don't understand how we're going to do it.
Where are we even going to import
I don't even know.
Is it from Cote d'Ivoire, from Nigeria,
or from the Strait of Hormuz?
Togo?
Imagine if it's closed.
Imagine carrying water on water just to deliver to us. That's going to be an interesting one. But yes, it's definitely a conversation we need to continue to have until something is done about it. So look forward to that, yes.
Yes, so this morning, your Tuesday usuals will be here. Dr. Ramsey Inusa, Austin Braco Powers, Dr. Ezekiel Ejekum Obeng, he's also a regular here. And then Delali Sewokwe, Sawakbo, I beg your pardon, Director of Communication, GPHA, and member of the NDC Communications team will be here as well. And Bella, later on the show, you've heard about FDA calling for a ban on trophy.
Yes.
A ban trophy. I mean, what by Friday? How do you say evening? Friday Beke. You know, when boys
So
sit down and they are eating the fried yam and all of that. I mean, what's going to happen?
So trophy basically is turkey buttocks.
Turkey too.
Turkey buttocks.
Turkey tail.
You know, sometimes the way they cut it, you can literally see the and sometimes I look at it, I'm like, why am I eating this? But I still bite into it. I'm like, oh, you're fine. Why?
I actually like the Ewa name for it. So let me teach you. Dokubi.
Dokubi.
Egbi is bum.
And doku is what? Turkey.
Turkey.
Dokubi.
Yes. That's how we say it in Ewe. Dokubi.
It tastes great,
very delicious.
In terms of health,
I know.
Yeah, no, I mean, the cholesterol in that piece of meat,
I know.
It can kill.
I used to enjoy it when I was much younger, but these days I'll just take a piece and then that's it. But you know, it's the delicacy of many people here in Ghana, and especially baby,
that's where the tip of the
that's what's
butt is,
nice, right?
That pointed part. Like there's some round part and then there's a pointed part. If you bite into that, oh my word!
And there's bone in it, but the bone is soft.
It's cartilage or something like that.
You know, it's soft, so you can actually chew and swallow it. But well, clinicians, are telling us, and FDA is telling us that no, it is not good for you. We'll be taking a look at that later on the show. Do not miss that discussion. It will be very beneficial to you. So please make sure that you are a part of it. But this morning also, imagine completing school in 2023 and rendering your service, your national service to the nation of Ghana for an entire year. But you wait and your stipends are nowhere. You don't have it in your account. But meanwhile, your subordinates or your juniors who come after you in 2024 to also serve are receiving their monthly allowances. But you who completed in 2023, you still do not have yours. This morning, we'll be speaking to the 2023 batch of rotational nurses who have served their national service, but they have not received their allowances and are expecting government to do something about it. Well, they tell us that they frequented the premises of Ministry of Health and then the Finance Ministry as well. And last month on the 29th, they were giving a word and a promise. As to whether it's been fulfilled or not, we have no idea. But we'll be talking to them this morning to ascertain exactly what the current situation is. So please be on the lookout for that one. Are we cashing out this morning, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, I think we are cashing out *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. *439#. Please play as many times as possible. 10 of you will be walking away with 1,000 Ghana cedis.
Absolutely. And so they'll be joining us for our this morning conversation. And so if you're a member of the 2023 rotational nurses, the ones who rewrote their exams and so had to do their service much later. Well, we're having a conversation with some of your leaders, two of your leaders this morning. In fact, in the next 2-3 minutes, we're going to start that conversation. And so you can send us a text message on social media or, in fact, comment under our page at TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on YouTube at TV3 Ghana as well. Let's hear from you. Don't leave it to just the leaders to speak. Contribute to the conversation. Let us know how you've been surviving all this while. It's going to be a very difficult one for them, but indeed, we're going to go through the communique because they have two letters that they have written, one to the ministry prior to their visit, and then the second one was after their visit. They gave a detailed outline of exactly what was discussed and what the expectations are with regards to timeline. So we'll get into that, and of course, we'll have that conversation with them on this morning, starting right about now.
Welcome back. This is still TV3 Newday, and this segment is called This Morning, right here on TV3 Newday. And as indicated early on, the 2023 batch of rotational nurses this morning, they've told me that I should say unpaid batch, because that's the concentration. And as mentioned, I'm going to reiterate again that imagine completing your national service in 2023, serving the country for 1 year, but you wait for your allowances or your stipends. They do not come in. Your account is not giving you any alert whatsoever. But those who come after you in 2024, 7 till now, are receiving their stipends. And it's very confusing. And this morning, Edusa Sewa Loretta is the president of the unpaid batch of 2023. And then Opokwa Jiman Edmond is the vice president, 2023 referral unpaid batch, if we can call it that this morning. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
So then, how many months has it been ever since you saw your allowance? So you've never seen it?
We've never seen it.
Never ever.
Yes.
And it's been how many months after 7?
Okay, for now, we completed in December. So
last year?
Yes.
December 2025?
Yes.
Okay, and we are in May?
Yes.
So it means that even after December, it's been 5 months of nothing at all?
Sure.
Okay, so then let's get to the nitty-gritties of the situation. How does a country like Ghana that depends heavily on nurses, we are always complaining about shortage of health workers and all of that, how do we sit for this to even happen to those of you who are in this country who are serving?
Okay, thank you, sister. So it's very sad because as a student or as a nursing student, you work for a year, you complete 3 years, and then you just come home, you work for the country, you do your NSS, sit down, and you wouldn't get anything from it, which is very sad. So I think it's a problem. I think it's a national issue, and I'll urge our people to help us in solving this.
There are 2 statements that you have communicated out there. The first one was to who?
Was to MOH.
And then the second one?
Okay, ideally it was, all of them.
Both of them were to MOH. Okay, gentlemen in the back, if you can put the communique on the screen, we'll just go through it briefly so we get into the details of exactly what they were trying to communicate. The very first one, a little lengthy, but we'll do our best to just go through it. Well, it says that we, the undersigned executives and members of the 2023 referral batch, respectfully petition your high office regarding the prolonged denial of financial clearance and non-payment of our national service allowances. We duly served for 12 months in various health facilities across the country from 2nd of December 2024 to 2nd December 2025. Despite our full commitment and valuable contribution to the health delivery system during the period, we have not received any allowance for the entire service year. All required documentation, including IPPD forms, have been duly submitted and verified. In view of the foregoing, we humbly petition your esteemed office to kindly intervene by 1, expediting the process and granting of financial clearance for the 2023 referral batch without further delay, directing the necessary engagement with the Ministry of Finance and the National Service Authority for the immediate release of our outstanding allowances, providing a clear and transparent timeline for the full payment of all arrears. And then 4, instituting an immediate investigation into the circumstances that led to the denial of financial clearance specifically for this batch. And that's my concentration for this morning, because I, for one, do not understand what the delay has been. When you wrote to them, did you get a response for this letter?
Yes, please. We went there ourselves.
Okay.
We went there in person.
Sawa, what was the response?
We had a meeting with them, and we were assured they would work towards our petition. But so far, we've not had...
Okay, hold on for me. There's a technical hitch I need to solve with your microphone. But yes, Edmond, when you wrote to them, what was the response?
Okay, thank you very much. So when we went there, Director HR, acknowledged that it's true there was something like that. And they need to call, that's NMC, National Midwifery Council, to check and get our data. So God being so good, our data was given to them by the NMC, and they acknowledged that we sat for the exams, we passed, we did the NSS, and we are now waiting for our money. So he assured that upon getting the details or our data, he will send it to Ministry of Finance for supplementary clearance.
Okay.
So after everything, we will just hear from them. So we were told to come back home and wait for them. But since we went there, that was Ghana registered nurses and midwife. We would like to acknowledge them. They sent us there. They paved the way for us to go there. So we are in conjunction with them, so that they will talk to them, so that they will help us with this issue.
All right. And that was on the 29th of April.
Yes, please.
And we are in May, almost 1 month after writing to them. So do you know your numbers? How many of you sat or served in 2024?
Okay, for now we are 923 members.
923?
Yes, on the page. We have a page.
Okay. WhatsApp platform.
Yes,
that we have that
join.
number one.
Okay.
But we are more than that.
We are more than
about
that.
Thousands. Because it was referral batch and a main batch.
Yes.
Sewa here is part of the main batch. And I, Edmond, I'm part of the referral batch.
Even though it was a referral period, some of us wrote it as a main exams.
Sure.
So not all of us are referral students.
Okay.
Some of us are the main batch
Okay.
students, yes.
And I take it that it wasn't just Accra that you served.
Yes.
If you're over 1,000, it means that you were distributed across all 16 regions, regional hospitals and clinics, and stuff.
Chak hospitals.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell me honestly, Sewa, and you are a woman as well. We know how difficult it is in this country to not make money.
Yes.
But you served and you were hoping that you would get your money. In the last 1 year and change, how have you survived?
It hasn't been easy, honestly. It hasn't been easy. And periods like this, it's been tough. Because me, for instance, I wasn't placed in Accra. I was placed outside Accra to serve the government. And working for a whole 12 months plus without being paid, it's been hectic.
I can imagine.
Yes, it's been
I
hectic.
can imagine. Where were you posted?
Eastern region.
Eastern region.
Yes,
Specifically which village or which town?
ATBA.
Okay.
Government Hospital.
ATBA Government Hospital.
Yes, please.
ATBA Government Hospital. And you served all 12 months.
Yes.
But nothing was coming in.
Yes.
So how did you survive those months?
My parents have to come in.
Okay.
Because there was nothing coming out from anywhere. So my parents have to support me with my transportation, with my expenses and everything. Yes.
At a point, Sewa, did you even question your sacrifice as a health worker in this country when the money was not coming in?
I did.
You wish you did not even practice, or you wish you didn't even study for it to become a nurse?
Yes.
At that time?
Yes.
Edmond, you and your other gentlemen with this badge, over 1,000 of you, how have you survived? Because for the men, it's tougher. She can probably lift a phone and say, Mommy and Daddy, but you are a man. How do you go back? They've looked after you in school. They've taken care of you, paid all your fees. Now you have to take care of yourself and you're still going back. What's your story?
It wasn't easy. I remember one day I have to go to work, empty pocket, go and work, walk back home, you come and sleep on an empty tummy. It wasn't easy at all. I learned a friend called me and he was crying, Charlie, the money has not been paid. And look, you go to work without anything. So the situation at hand wasn't easy at all. At times people will be calling you, since I'm the leader, people will be calling you, Charlie, what's up? Have you heard from our people, our leaders? Oh no. At times you go to work without money, you go to work without food. You just go, and you know how nursing is. You can't just go to work and sit idle and be doing whatever you want. You have to work, go in rounds, back and forth. It wasn't easy. And no help is coming from anywhere. Your parents, you have to pay bills, you have to pay TNT, rent. It's like a whole lot. It wasn't easy.
So here's where...
It has not been easy at all.
Okay, I can imagine and I understand. But here's where the concentration is this morning. For some reason, your badge has been bypassed.
Sure.
And your juniors are receiving their allowances.
Yes.
What genuine explanation has the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Finance giving for bypassing your badge?
Okay, so thank you. When we went there, we were told that the data they got from NMC was wrong. We were supposed to start the NSS in December 2nd, 2024.
Okay.
But when they inquired from NMC, that's the National Midwifery Council, they told them we were supposed to start in March. So they had no details or data for that.
Wait, so you started in December. On December 2nd, you mentioned,
yes,
I read from the letter.
Yes, that's when NSS gave us the time.
But NMC is saying now that you should have started in March.
Yes, that's what the director said.
But even if you were supposed to start in March, it means your allowances should have started coming from March.
So they went back.
Isn't that the logical thing?
Yes, so they went back and I think it was rectified that it's true that there is some people or some cohorts like that. So they took our data and I think Ministry of Health have been very instrumental in this. They went there themselves because we as individuals, we can't just go there just like that. You know, you be even given an invitation or being able to allowed to enter. So they went there and they got the data and I think the necessary steps have been made. So we are pleading on them. That's the Ministry of Health and Finance, respectively, that they should come into our aid and make things swiftly.
So at least there's been a little progress. They've listened to you, they've rectified. But how long ago was that?
That was last month. We went there, that was last month.
Okay, so that was still in April.
I think it was rectified a month before last month.
Okay.
So we were supposed to go there and have one-on-one talking or conversation with them.
Right.
So that's when we had all these revelations. So we were assured. But I think it's getting late.
And that's the question I was going to ask, sir, whether do you think that the agency that has been given to this matter is satisfactory, or you wish that it would have been hastened a little bit?
Yes, we wish that it would have been hastened a little bit.
So 29th April to 29th of May will be 1 month. Let's just say that after 1 month, this matter is still unresolved. Are you considering demonstrations and all?
For now, I don't think so, but we will do our best to fight for this.
Okay.
I think we will dialogue, we will go there again and talk with them, and I think something proper will come out of it.
Fantastic. These are your comers. If the ministry or the Minister of Health were to be here in studio, if you were seated with him, or the Minister of Finance were here in studio this morning, so what would you like to tell him?
I would like to plead with him that serving the country for 12 months plus wasn't easy. So we are pleading with him to come to our aid. Our monies have not been paid, so we are pleading with him. We are begging him to kindly pay us, because it hasn't been easy at all, even after service.
Right.
It's still not easy.
That brings my mind to, I'll come to you, Edmond, but it brings my mind to one item that cropped up yesterday, recruitment. So minus your stipends or your allowances not coming, have you been recruited?
No,
not yet.
No, I think
so it's not time for your badge to be recruited.
In nursing, we deal with seniority.
Okay.
So they post by badge by
badge. By badge.
So it's not
so
yet.
So it's not your turn. When is it going to be your turn?
We can't really tell.
We don't know.
Okay, but how are you informed when it's about to be your turn?
Okay, I think the last time we went there, we were told for now, since we had referral, we have been linked to 2024 batch.
Okay.
Yes. So I think right now they are posting 2020 and 2021 batch respectively. So I know probably it won't keep long.
And then it will be your turn.
Maybe it will be.
Edmond, you have led this challenge, seeking that your monies are paid. Clearance is given for your monies to be paid, because you're the vice president.
Yes, please.
If the Minister of Health was here this morning, what would you tell him?
Okay, I'll tell Minister that we are begging, we are pleading, although we are due for this, but they should at least spearhead this for us so that we will get our money in time.
Okay. We will activate the phone lines now, so you can also callers. I know there are thousands of nurses, especially your badge, who are also watching this morning, who would love to contribute to the show. Please call us now. But as we get ready to receive the phone calls, I'll take a look at your second communique, which was the meeting with the Director of Human Resource, Ministry of Health, on the delay of financial clearance. And it said the leadership of the 2023 referral badge and representatives of our mother union, Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, were present at a meeting with the Director of Human Resource at the Ministry of Health. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the non-payment of rotation allowances for the 2023 referral batch who completed their internship around December 2025. And the key appeals were expediting the process and granting financial clearance for the 2023 referral batch without further delay, and providing a clear and transparent timeline for the full payment of all arrears. The timeline has not been given you yet, has it? It hasn't been given you yet. Okay. All right. I'm told our first caller is on the telephone lines. This is TV3 Newday. You're very welcome. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Thank you. Cookie T. My name is Peter T.
Peter T, is that you?
Yeah, that's
Peter T, you are a little inaudible this morning. Please lift your voice, or guys in the back, if you can raise the voice in studio for me, I'll appreciate it.
Okay. Hello. Is it better?
Yes, I think I'm managing. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Cookie T. I hope you guys are doing well with your beautiful attacks. Your beautiful attacks that I'm seeing this morning.
Thank you.
And your beautiful, very beautiful faces indeed.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah. Cookie T, let me seize your medium to say good morning to Alaji Yakundo. And Honorable Madi, National Democrat, is the Director for Elections. And then Mr. Emmanuel Ashani, Greater Accra Regional Liaison Officer, National Security. And then Honorable Chairman Ava. Cookie T, you know what? I just want to sympathize with your guests at the studio, the NSS personalities at your studio. That first, I will appreciate the way they are calm, making their demands, and also talking about the ministry doing very well to help and support to ensure that their payments are done. This government is a listening government, so I know the government will do it. But you see, we need to also establish the authenticity of this very case. Because where we took it from. We had a government, if they had really prepared the ground, I think we would not be facing this problem today. That was Nana Bawumia government from the past. And we need to be guided by certain history. A history that will alleviate suffering of Ghanaians, the history that will make the youth more viable in some of these, terms. Yes, because you see, some of these decisions, if care is not taken, they spark fears and tensions in our future development, especially when it comes to nurses and then other institutions. So we are begging government that they should do everything possible to pay these nurses, because we know what happened in the past during 2015, 2016, when the Mahama government made a policy that was rather coming to help the nurses. But there was this program of campaign, against NDC. By then, the Nana Bawumia government.
Peter, kindly wrap up for me. Peter, wrap up for me.
So what I want to say is that Cookie T, government must be up and doing and make sure and see to it that the right thing is done. The right thing can only be done when the payments are done to them. That is what I'm calling for. Thank you very much.
Peter T, thank you for your time. But please, next time, make it short and very snappy for me. Another caller has joined us this morning. Your name and where you're calling us from, please.
This is Anand Saperman.
I did not get that, sir.
This Anand Saperman.
Okay, Saperman, talk to us.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So let me make sure that work however he did. TV3, I mean, this our nurses issue. You see, when inside, you need to get same issue. You give your son like 1 month, another batch to also brought another issue up. So our ministries and then the agencies, sometimes the way they do their things, the people are done with the NSA or National Service for about 4 or 5 months ago. So even if there is any allowance you have to give it to them, have you sit down with them, what explanation given to them, blah, blah, blah. They should do that. And also, we Ghanaians, we all wait for government work before we get to do something. We beg our graduates always. Sometimes we have to also try and do something with our own effort, because we should sit down and ask ourselves, can the government or the Ghana provide work to everybody? Sometimes go to the private hospitals, to particular nurses. So if I'm a surveyor, how many surveyors do we have in this country? And how many of them that the government has taken them? But the rest are lying their way to get their jobs. So we should also try for ourselves. And quickly, yesterday to the Public Account Committee, something happened. And we begged them, the previous MP, the one that Eben Agbana replaced him or removed him from the seat, still when he was the chairman for the committee, he would ask questions, and the way he would give you time, give explanations, if before that man will interrupt you, it should keep him like what you are saying is out of what they are asking you. So we beg this the chairman, the lady, he should learn how to listen to the people that he questioned them. Well, you can't always say, I'm the one questioning you, so whatever I want you to do, you do. No. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. You can also call us, send in your messages as well, and we will read as many as possible. Rich Golden says, NDC hungry food soldiers on this platform should take note that these nurses started working in December 2024 and ended in December 2025. The responsibility for payment is on the 419 John Mahama and NDC government. NPP was not in power in 2025. So why are some okay, I cannot read that particular word that you used on air. Anyway, when you send us messages, please be a little toned down with your language. I'm told another caller has joined us. Hello, good morning. This is TV3 Newday.
Good morning, my sister.
Yes, good morning.
My name is Baba Kata. I'm calling from Eskar Katan constituency.
Okay, talk to us, Baba.
Thank you. Kudos your leadership. You are doing fantastic job for this great country. God can give you award. Let me gratitude to my chairman and whoever you are this morning. You are listening to TV3. You are doing fantastic job for NDC. You are doing for constituency executive. You are going to vote. Vote must be for this man because he's doing fantastic job. The whole water region, you have 15 seats. 17 seats. The man gets 15 seats for NDC. We are feeling for them for this morning. Thank you. You see?
Oh, too bad. We lost you. Please try again if it's possible, because we'd love to speak with you. Messages are coming in. Aziz Donla says the Agenda 111 were rolled out in the Upper West region, and I can confidently tell you that none has been completed. Yet a lot of money was spent on these projects. Mr. President, kindly consider Upper West region for the completion of these projects. Aziz Donla sent in that one. Aziz, thank you for the other day. I'm super grateful. Thank you very much. PHK, Prince Henry Koforidia has also sent in a message and is saying, please assure them that they will be paid whatever they are owed. The government will pay each and everyone that deserves to be paid. All right. Another caller has joined us. This is TV3 Newday. Your name and where you're calling us from?
This is Sani from Waliwali.
Sani, how are we doing?
Yes, I'm fine. Madam, how are you too?
Very well, thank you. It's good to have you on the telephone lines. Talk to us.
Okay. So, like you said, I also sympathize with the leaders there And I think that the government has to do something about that. We have all done service, national service before, and then we know the kind of difficulty that we normally go through in doing that. Problems with accommodation and then feeding and then all that, especially when you are being posted outside your comfort zone. You find it very, very difficult to cope with, okay, and the network, telecommunication network, and all that. So when you do all these things and you don't get your stipends, it's not even much, something small, to buy soap and all that, and it doesn't come. I think it's a bit worrying. But my problem is when it was happening, because we all know that when you start national service, maybe for the first 3-4 months, it will not come. But subsequent to that, it needs to start coming. So when it was not coming, I think that was the time they should have started agitating so that the problem would have been resolved. But when they waited till it ended, I think that is where my problem is. Nonetheless, what they are saying is like there has been cooperation between them and then the Minister for Health, and then he's listening to them. I believe that by the end of this month or next month, it should be what? It should be paid to them so that they also get their money. Thank you very much.
Sani, thank you for your time as well. Kunu Esinam says, good morning, my sister Cookie. This is the lady that has been worrying you on TikTok about this very issue, Kunu Judith. Thank you very much for inviting us to say what is worrying us. Well, this is what TV stands for, and this is what TV3 stands for. We care for you, we feel your pain, and whatever we can do to make sure that your grievances are heard is what we do here on TV3 Newday. TV gets results, so hopefully I'm sure something will be done about it in the very near future. I'm told another caller has joined us on the telephone lines. This is TV3 Newday. Who's speaking?
Good morning, my sister. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Your name?
Yeah, Abu from Second D.
Abu, you're calling from Second D?
Yeah, Second D.
Okay, talk to us, Abu.
Yeah, let me use the opportunity to greet your viewers this morning. And then use this opportunity to greet the great National Chairman Bolu. He's doing fantastic work in the Western region here. And then and then I gave it a special MC4. Yeah, come on. He's doing fantastic work.
Abu, go ahead and speak to the issues, please.
I think I'm appealing to the nurses. I'm appealing to the nurses, please. Because we come and meet a nurse and the health center. Leonardo mismanage the health center and all the economy. And then my worry about this hospital, Agenda 88, Agenda 111. I'm saying that what's already here, if they can able to show me one of the Agenda 111 or Agenda 88, which is completely working 100%. If you go there, you have a nurse that says, I'm going to leave the NDC today to join APP. Nothing. You see, they borrow money for all the projects. They can't even finish if you come to market circle. They borrow money for building a market circle. I'm speaking today, nothing has done. What is the money? Across the country, they go and borrow money, they'll say they want to do A, B, C, T, Y. At long last, you can't see anything. My mama just won last in the first time, 4 years. They're able to build some market at the hospitals, completed. 8 years, Leonardo government, Maunia. And today they are crying that we should give them another chance to come and rule this country. My sister, please. Ghanaians, listen to me this morning. No less, please. Don't try. No, we should not try and give APP as a government party to come and rule this country. We
All right, sir. All right. Point well made. Thank you very much. Prince Nanaya York has sent a message on Facebook. And for those of you watching on Facebook, thank you very much. Keep your comments coming. He says, it's heartbreaking. We grind through school only to graduate and beg government for jobs. Health workers are vital, yet we leave them idle at home, wasting their training as skills fade. Ghana must create a system to absorb these graduates into aftercare roles. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Prince Nanaya York, thank you for that one. You can send in. Sherry Giovanni has also sent in a message that reads, good morning, Cooking. It's sad to work for several months without being paid. May the authorities intervene. Happy birthday wishes to Miss Seraphim Dumogan of Adaklu and Fuegan. All right. Edward Lamte also says, good morning. Please, I want you to help me wish my girlfriend a very happy birthday. Her name is Abigail Adams. All right. Abigail Adams, happy birthday to you, a radiography student at the University of Ghana. Happy birthday. That's coming from your man. Another caller is on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Samuel.
Yes.
This is Samuel from Tema.
I didn't catch that, sir.
This is Samuel from Tema.
Samuel from Tema. Samuel,
Yes.
talk to us. You have a sister or brother who is a rotational nurse with this 2023 batch that has not been paid?
No, I don't, but I just want to speak about the issue generally.
Okay.
Yes. So, unfortunately for us as a people, we have the very reasons why government as a government will take advantage of us. There is a particular issue on the ground we need to resolve. Someone calls in and starts accusing President Akufo-Addo, he who is not on power as of now. Our junior sisters are suffering at home. These are the issues we need to address. We need to put government on its toes, whether NDC government, NPP government. We need to put them on their toes to do what is right. And then we come and blame government who is gone. This is the Agenda 111 issue that he's talking about. Akufo-Addo will never take the Agenda 111 to his house. In any case, the money Akufo-Addo used in starting these projects are for Ghanaians. And so if another government comes and the government thinks about Ghanaians, what he needs to do is to continue with whatever percentage which is less, so that Ghanaians will be the beneficiaries of it. But you don't come, call, and then accuse Akufo-Addo. It's Akufo-Addo. Do we expect Akufo-Addo to come and pay these nurses who are in their house? Sometimes I don't know.
Did I lose you?
And these are the reasons why government as a government will take advantage of us, but we don't speak through to power. I just thank you.
Thank you for calling as well. Kwesi Pano says, looking at the backlog of unemployed nurses, I think the government should send a directive to private institutions to hold on with admitting students for the program and also give a strict cutoff criterion for the public institution in admitting students for the nursing program. At least this simple directive can help us clear the backlog. Kwesi Pano sent in that one. Okay. Are there more messages this morning? If I'm unable to read yours, kindly forgive me. It's not deliberate at all. We are running out of time. But thank you to all of you who called us. Okay. Thank you to all of you who called us. But just to remind you that you can pack up your day the Milky Way with a rich, smooth taste of Peck Milk Shortcake. It is pure delight, available everywhere in this country. Every corner shop has it. So please make sure you get some for yourself and for your loved ones and have a very packable day. It's been the This Morning segment on TV3 Newday. We take a short break. When we return, we'll deal with the big issue. We're taking a look at Galamsey, and we are also taking a look at Agenda 111 project that the president has said was very imprudent and it was poorly executed. We'll be right back. It's still TV3 Newday.
many unemployed nurses and midwives, the latest recruitment exercise has brought mixed emotions. Members of the Ghana Unemployed Nurses and Midwives Association say the prolonged delays in recruitment continue to affect their livelihoods and mental well-being.
We feel it should have been open to all of us so that we can just go in, and out of the 100 people, we'll all get the slots and then go and work. Now that they said we should take the lead, and then they'll open again for another group from the same class, from the same year group, to come and join us later. And nursing is hierarchical.
There is a need that the government post all 2021 year group.
We are very disturbed, we feel dejected, because our situation is very bad.
The group is also questioning why some professionals were recruited while others from the same qualification year were left out. They are demanding greater transparency and clarity on the selection criteria.
If they don't need the NAC and then the NAP, then they should stop training them, because the private sectors don't like them. So who are they training them for? And the perspective out there is that they are training them to employ them. So they should come out clear and give that disclaimer that they are not training nurses for coming to post them, but you are going to the school for your own self.
However, the Ministry of Health has defended the process. Frederick Mensah Echampong is the Director of Human Resources at the Ministry of Health.
These objectives, guided by the human resource policies and operational documents of the Ministry and its agencies, such as Ghana Health Service, CHAG, Ahmadiyya Health Services and Mental Health Authority, were used to determine the allocations by professions and by locations.
According to the ministry, more than 53,000 health professionals engaged with the recruitment portal during the exercise. He noted that the system recorded heavy traffic during peak application periods, with thousands attempting to submit applications within minutes. The ministry says successful applicants will now proceed to district-level interviews.
And yes, this morning we're going heavy on the health ministry and health-related matters because, of course, that is one major aspect of our economy. And unfortunately, to some extent, we've not been able to figure it out completely. And so earlier, you had that conversation with Cookie and the registered nurses who, unfortunately, have not received their 12-month allowances after completing their national service with the country. But beyond that as well, yesterday we were told that some 8,000 nurses had received some posting. And this comes out of about 105,000 nurses who are waiting to be posted to various health institutions to serve Mother Ghana. Out of these 8,000 health professionals, which according to the Ministry of Finance have received financial clearance for recruitment, the ministry does acknowledge that there is some level of anxiety. Clearly what we're seeing with some of these nurses complaining about the fact that the process was not fair, it was not equitable because it didn't give them the chance to also be recruited as they expected. And this recruitment is for the 2018-2019 batch. But they are saying that they also belong to that batch and they were hoping that they would have been included in the recruitment. So it says that an initial tranche of recruitments under the clearance is already underway. So far, 6,245 nurses and midwives have been successfully recruited out of 6,500 available slots, alongside 771 out of 900 allied health professionals, 235 out of 250 pharmacy professionals, and 300 physician assistants, reflecting a deliberate effort to address staffing shortfalls across multiple health disciplines simultaneously. And so this is a statement coming from the Ministry of Health. And, well, these nurses clearly are not happy. We're going to touch on this very briefly because we'll go into a bigger conversation about Agenda 111. President John Dramani Mahama has been speaking on this matter, and he says that the previous government, the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government, was not prudent in the way it went about implementing the construction of Agenda 111 hospitals, a promise that was made as far back as 2020 with commencement in 2021. So we'll get into that conversation, but let me introduce my guests to you this morning. And seated right next to me, I have Dr. Ramsey Inusa. He's the Director for Political Research at the United Party. Good morning.
Good morning,
I hope
Bella.
you're doing well.
I'm doing well, thank you.
All right, good to have you in the studios.
Thank you.
And also we have Delali Sowepo. He is the Director of Communications for GPHA, Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, and a member of the NDC. Good morning to you as well.
Good morning.
I hope you're doing well.
I'm great.
How's it going as board member?
I'm not a board member.
Oh, Director of Comms, actually,
Yeah.
yes. How's that going?
We are doing great.
Yeah.
I mean, like President Mahama said, reset agenda.
Oh, okay.
So everywhere you enter, there are glimpses of the research agenda. So when it comes to the ports, President Mahama is doing a lot as far as the port is concerned.
I see. Okay, some of the nurses are saying that you're leaving them out of the research agenda. But Dr. Ezekiel Ejekumo-Bing is a member of the NPP communications team. Good to see you as well, Doc.
Good to see you, Bella.
It's been how many years? 2 years?
Yeah, since you deserted us.
I didn't desert you. I was here. You weren't coming.
No, I was coming.
You were coming, eh?
I was coming when I was coming.
I hear.
Yeah.
Good to see you, though. How are you
Good to see
doing?
you. Yeah, we are good.
Okay.
Except the little injustice being perpetuated by the administration towards elements within the MPP that do not agree necessarily with the government and seek to criticize the government. It's almost becoming an 11th commandment. Thou shalt not criticize this administration, otherwise you find yourself at the BNI. So we continue to add our passionate voices to the unjust in the system, the unfairness in the system, and the political suppression of dissenting views in the country. We are speaking about the Abronye situation, which many, if not all, legal brains have added their voice to it to say that it's like 1,000 steps backward in terms of our democracy and our judicial system. So let's all speak up. It's Abronye today. It could be any of us tomorrow.
Okay.
Simply because we criticize this administration.
I see. Well, thank you so much. And good morning to you if you're watching us on Facebook at TV3 Ghana. And very shortly, I'll be giving a shout out to a few of you on there as well. It's good to know that you're tuned in. And if you're watching, you can drop your messages on there as we progress in our conversation. But Dr. Ramsey, I'll start off with you. And just briefly on this matter where you heard the young nurses complaining that they felt as if the recruitment process was not fair enough to include them. And so they feel excluded, and clearly that's a problem for them. What's your initial take on this?
Bella, let me say good morning to your cherished viewers out there, and a very good morning to my co-panelists on this table, and a good morning to you as well.
Good morning.
Indeed, this issue emanating out of our health sector has been as old as Adam. And time again, we seem to have a systemic failure in employing our young people who want to contribute to the development and the well-being of our citizens. And it has become, I would say, a national security threat when you have a lot of your young people who are well competent and qualified, yet are not being able to be absorbed into the system. If you quite recollect, there was a research done by the Ghana Statistical Service that indicated that about 500,000, there are about 500,000 new entrants into the job market each year from our tertiary institutions. So then the issue is, how are we promoting policies that are egalitarian in nature to take care of this growing population of youth that are competent and are qualified and need jobs? In the healthcare sector, there's nothing to write home about. Nurses are complaining, the doctors are also complaining. House officers that are posted, and Dr. Ezekiel is here, he knows what I'm talking about. You can even have delays of up to 8 months or even a year before your allowances and even your salaries are released to you.
Now we have 12 months, actually.
Now we have 12 months for the nurses. And how do you expect these young ones to survive? Imagine a young boy from, a young man from Wali Wali, studies in Accra, and now gets employed, or that's his national service, right? And you've not paid him 12 months. How do you expect, and looking at the rent situation in Accra, how do you expect such a person to survive? So I think that it is time we are honest with ourselves and bring about the right solutions and not politicize this issue.
That's what you think is being done?
Well, it's been happening from both parties.
Okay.
Bella, you've been reporting on this issue, and you can verify whether what I'm saying seeks to propagate any political mischief or whatsoever. What Ghanaians are looking out for is, and indeed, a genuine solution to this problem. We cannot wake up every morning and say that our nurses are not being paid, we are not posting enough. If you look at the postings today, right, we have about 53,000 applicants. And only, what, 6,200 went through.
Yeah.
So you can imagine the rest. And we are talking about 2018 batch.
In total, about 105,000.
105,000.
Yeah.
So going forward, if you look at the Great Transformational Plan of the United Party, we have said that government cannot be the sole, backbone when it comes to employment in this country. The private sector is there. Let us open up the healthcare system and ensure that we have private participation coupled with some form of soft grants and financing from the government.
Okay.
So that the district hospital in every district is run by a private person, but with some form of regulated fees and pricing framework that is being agreed by the government.
Okay.
We should start exporting some of our nurses, like Cuba is exporting its doctors. I mean, across the world, you look at Philippines.
But we're doing that already, are we not? Are we not exporting?
Yeah, but we can do more. We have to use our diplomatic channels to enhance our bilateral ties with other countries so that we can expand these exports agendas of our trained nurses, right? But no, I think that we should open up the healthcare system for the private sector to take advantage of, so that we can be able to take care of these unemployed nurses and furthermore the unemployed youth of our country.
All right, thank you. Delali, what's your response to these nurses who say you've not been fair to them in the recruitment process?
Yeah, good morning, Bella, and good morning to your Chavis viewers who are watching us this morning, and good morning to my brothers as well. I mean, first and foremost, I just want to sympathize with the nurses who are basically expressing a certain level of displeasure relative to the fact that they've not been posted. Some are complaining about the fact that allowances has not been paid. One of the things I like about President John Dramani Mahama is the fact that he has committed all of us, that instead of opting to write the second book of lamentation or coming and shifting blames on our predecessor or making a certain statement to the effect that this problem was created by this person and what have you. The fact of the matter, there are challenges. And once there are challenges, the President Mahama that I know, together with his ministers, are capable of fixing whatever the problems are. I mean, if you look at the fact that we are dealing with almost about 105,000 nurses who have not been posted, and you are talking way back 2018 till date, it tells you that this is not a problem that was created with respect to this particular dispensation. It's a problem where there has been a backlog of nurses. But one thing for me that is very key is the fact that President Mahama have tasked the minister that all these nurses that are sitting at home who are not working. For me, it's a national security issue. And for that matter, President Mahama felt that there's the need to absorb all these nurses. But it's not something that can be done on a day, or it's not something that can be done probably in the next 6 months. And so there must be a comprehensive and strategic policy decision that needs to be put in place to be able to deal with.
Do we have that policy?
I mean, for instance,
all these nurses.
Absolutely. I mean,
what is it?
So you talk about, for instance, the free primary health care that is being rolled out. I believe that in the past, I mean, we didn't have a policy like that. So you have instances where a lot of this, I mean, health practitioners or health workers who obviously find themselves in these remote areas, I mean, serving Mother Ghana, I mean, offering their services as far as health services or health delivery in this country is concerned. It's definitely not going to be easy to absorb all the 105,000 nurses. I mean, let's be truthful to ourselves.
Okay.
But what is more important is the president must show, or the leadership, or the government must show that level of commitment and dedication that indeed we are committed and we are ready to absorb all these nurses by putting certain mechanisms or strategies in place. That is one of the reasons why, if you are looking at, for instance, if around 2018, every year we are absorbing, let's say, 8,000 nurses, right, into the Ghana Health Service.
Is that not woefully inadequate if you're looking at
Absolutely, I agree.
Number?
But I mean, like I'm saying, even assuming we're doing that, we definitely will not be having a backlog of almost about 105,000.
Are you not politicizing, which is what Dr. Ramsey was saying, that we seem to be politicizing this matter?
What I'm just trying to say is this. In as much as we want to fix the problem, it's also instructive for us to appeal to our sisters and our brothers out there that this particular issue that is confronting us, it's not a day issue. It's not an issue that actually emerged in this particular dispensation. Once you're able to establish that, they appreciate that indeed we are coming from somewhere, we are heading towards somewhere. That is exactly what I'm trying to do. Like I said, NDC is not in the business of trying to shift the blame. I mean, that is not what is in our DNA. What the NDC does well is whenever there's a problem, will find a solution in dealing with this particular problem.
Okay.
I've had an instances where people call me nurses.
Land on this for me, please.
I've had an instances nurses call me that they've tried to, apply and they've been unsuccessful. Some of them have expressed a certain level of displeasure, frustrations, and what have you. And I sympathize with them. And I believe President John Dramani Mahama, as somebody who gave one of the powerful keynote address in Geneva yesterday relative to issues about health, I believe he's so passionate about the fact that Ghana, as we speak, our nurses, a time has come our nurses should not finish school and be sitting at home. Because once upon a time,
you should be landing for me.
Once upon
this
a time.
Is just a brief remark, so I need to move to Dr. Ziko so we can start proper.
It's a challenge that is confronting us. And as a country led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, together with the Health Minister, I can assure you, by the time President Mahama is done with his tenure, these challenges will be dealt with.
Okay, well, we do hope so. And at the right time, I'm sure we'll get into the details of what the recruitment process is like. Hopefully, we can bring someone in here to explain that to our nurses as well. But Dr. Ziko, clearly, even though I don't like this blame game business, but it looks like that has been thrown in your court because clearly he's saying that this started from 2018 and they are trying their best to recruit. What do you say to these nurses who are now complaining that they expected to have also gone through the process and unfortunately have been left out?
It's a sad situation, and we can only empathize with our colleague nurses and midwives who, till now, haven't found job to do. And what makes it even sad is the fact that our field. It's very human-oriented. It's very empathy-oriented. So going through the mail and acquiring your knowledge, the first point of call, what you are most proud of is the fact that you'd come out and the little knowledge God has given you, you come and serve humanity with it. So there are two key issues actually here. The fact that your expertise are being, in a way, not appreciated by the state. And secondly...
They're not being appreciated. In what sense?
If the state appreciates you, then the state would make sure that your God-given ability and your refined ability is put to use by employing you to serve other people.
So are you saying that your government is also guilty as charged in this case?
Every government has faced challenges. When MPP came, there was backlog. Don't forget that President Mahama, under his first term, went to the IMF as well. And as part of the conditionalities was freezing public sector employment. So from 2012, 2013, up to 2016, year growth of nurses. In fact, it became almost abominable for anyone to attend a private nursing school in the country under the President Mahama's first term, because almost everyone that attended a private school under President Mahama's first term invariably never had any job opportunity in the nursing field. So we also came to meet excesses. We had huge backlog, and from the nursing front alone in 2017, over 8,000 people were employed. And we speak of it fondly, to the extent that even in the COVID year, 2020, when the IMF and the World Bank had projected that our economy was going to grow in the negatives, even in COVID year, there were some financial clearances to employ over 15,000 nurses and midwives. So yes, we also came to meet an issue. We came to meet a backlog of huge nurses, but of course we did our best. And we are proud to always announce, I'll say, that within the 8 years, in the health sector alone, we had over 200,000 employments. Nurses, allied health workers, and doctors, over 200,000.
Over 200,000?
Yes, within those 8 years.
Where can I find confirm this?
The Ministry of Finance, your people can
I'm
at
not
least...
privy. But producers, if you can please cross-check this for me. Over 200,000.
In the health sector, allied health, doctors, nurses, midwives. And I've given you an instance where even during COVID, we were giving clearances for about 15,000 nurses to be employed. That was during COVID, when your economy was projected to grow in the negatives. So clearly, if we are going on the tangent of politics, then we have a lot to lament. But the issue is quite intriguing. And what is actually ruffling the feathers of these nurses is the promise they were given.
Which is?
If you met a candidate and the candidate assured you that not only am I going to employ you, but I'm going to institute an automatic posting. The moment you are done with school, automatically you are starting your rotation or national service. And the moment you are done with your national service or rotation, you are starting work. Automatic posting. If there is any other explanation to it, I stand to be corrected or I stand to be educated. So we can't keep giving promises to people only to take office and renege on those promises.
But you also admitted that, yes, there was a backlog. So don't they have to address those backlogs as well?
In knowing there was a backlog, who didn't know our situation as a country? We knew our situation as a country before we took over in 2017. So is the NDC telling us today that they didn't know the state of Ghana before making promises?
Okay.
They knew the state of the country. Yet they told teachers and they told nurses and midwives that when they assumed office, they were going to get automatic posting. So if you were promised that the moment you are done with school, automatically you are going to start your service, and right after your service, I'm going to post you to start work proper, and you come to office and rather having an aviator form of posting, then clearly there's a cause for concern.
All right.
But it goes beyond that.
We have to wrap up on this because this is not a major conversation.
And it's about giving opportunity for these people to serve the unserved areas in this country. So basically, that's the situation.
And like I said, at the right time, we will get into this conversation proper and give you a better understanding of it. But we're still within the health fraternity, and we're talking about Agenda 111 hospitals. President John Dramani Mahama has been speaking on this matter, and over the weekend he met some chiefs and he touched on this matter and said that the hospital, Agenda 111 hospitals, well, it should not have been started all at once. He thought it was not prudent for the former President Akufo-Addo administration to start all the hospitals at once. He described the decision across the country as imprudent and poorly executed. So let's listen to him when he addressed some chiefs on this matter. In fact, he was meeting with the Northern Regional House of Chiefs on Friday, May 15, and this is exactly what he said.
Agenda 111 hospitals, I don't think it was a very prudent idea to start 111 hospitals at the same time. At least they should have been phased out, you know, but some are at foundation level. Even some of them, people took the mobilization and never went to site. IOCO is going after them. But what government has decided is that 35 that were almost near completion, government this year is going to put money in and continue them and complete them. And then adequate provision will be made in the next budget to clear another batch of them.
So that's President John Dramani Mahama, and he has assured that at least 35 of them will be completed within this year. This is an updated figure from the figure that we got from the majority leader in Parliament, who earlier this year had mentioned that they were hoping to complete at least 10 of these hospitals this year. But President Mahama says that 35 of them will be completed. However, starting all 111 at once was not prudent. And so there's going to be a phased out process in completing this. But quickly, let me say good morning to Ronnie Kaneda, to Abrimpong Kaba, and to Nana Bain and Ghana Shall Rise. They're watching us on Facebook. Neodati Mills, good morning. And Hashim News Ghana as well says good morning to you. And Ronnie Kaneda, good morning as well. Let me start off with Dr. Ramsey, because this is what the president is saying. Remember that when former President Akufo-Addo made this promise in 2020, you know, it had started with Agenda 88, basically 88 hospitals, and this was at the peak of COVID-19. Then he came back and added on and said, we're going to do Agenda 111. Then in 2021, he comes back and tells us that the completion time, which was 18 months at the time he spoke, it was overly ambitious. And so they were hoping to at least complete some 87. They're in the process of completing some 87, and then the rest, he hopes that at the end of his administration, it will be completed and commissioned. That didn't happen. Now, President Mahama is speaking on this matter. What's your take?
Well, Lola, there's an old saying that where there's a will, there's always a way. The people of Ghana gave them the mandate. They gave them all that they needed. In fact, they even supported his escapades abroad.
Who are we referring to?
The former president.
Oh,
by virtue of a private jet that you can even shower in the air. All these goodies you got. You promised the people of Ghana 111 hospitals. And he bragged, he boasted he was going to complete them by the end of his tenure.
Was he bragging? Because he seemed very calm when he made that statement at the State of the Nation's address, that it was overly ambitious.
But he realized it. And let me tell you the main reason why this Agenda 111 came into light. It was more of an avenue for what? Seeking procurements and looting. That is it.
You can't say that.
No, absolutely such. Absolutely such.
At the peak of COVID, this was supposed to address the deficit that we had in our health infrastructure.
What has been the situation with it today? Why are we discussing it today? If indeed he achieved that, why is it subject
well,
for this?
Nobody's saying he achieved it. You're just saying that it was an avenue for looting.
Absolutely such. Because if you tell me that this is a president who was supported by his vice president at that time to plunder our resources in the whole, right? A president that led over a regime that propagated loot, share, and nepotism, right? The resources of this country, the scarce resources of our people that were meant to be used for developmental projects were not achieved. And for that matter, we are here to discuss such failure. It would have been great to see that all these 111 hospitals would have been completed so that it will be able to absorb the excesses of nurses that we have in our job markets today. But unfortunately not, Bella. And a lot of our citizens would have to walk kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, to even seek primary health care. And we have this regime now trying to, score political points. I agree with President Mahama that it was far-fetched. It was not a policy that should have been done in a very, irresponsible manner, for want of a better word, because 111 hospitals being built at the same time. What is even your health budget in a year? And how much?
But they seemed to have a plan for it, because when it was announced, there was some 100 million Ghana cedis seed money that
how many
was available.
They said they promised what 87. How many of the 87 are completed?
They say 3.
And how much was involved? Seed money, $100 million.
Even those 3 were told by this government that they were not fully operational.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not even sure that a watchman post of these hospitals has even been completed. These 3 that they are claiming to be completed. So the MPP should save us this. I think that the government should look at ways and means to bring in the private sector. Bella, resources are scarce, right? Now government's hands are tied. What is the way forward? We cannot sit down aloof and allow these hospitals to rot. Those that have not also been done, the government should create that platform to allow the private sector to come in to build these hospitals for us, right? The central bank should be able to give these contractors or EPC companies that want to go into this space some form of soft loans, concessional loans, so that at least if they are able to even borrow at 5% to build these hospitals and operate it and manage it within a national health delivery framework with the government that would manage the pricing and, and ensure that the standards are the same in all regions of Ghana, I think that would go a long way in mitigating the crisis that we have within our public health space.
Okay. As it stands now, we're even trying to retrieve some amount of money, $7.9 million from some 35 contractors who were told defaulted when it came to the construction. And so, Delali, maybe I'll bring you in at this point, because the president is saying that they're trying to allocate some money to ensure that some 35 of these hospitals are constructed and hopefully completed. But at the same time, the question is, are we waiting to also retrieve that $7.9 million from these 35 contractors so we can add it on to what we're trying to raise now to build these hospitals?
Bella, I listened to the president and he made a statement to the effect that there are even companies that took mobilization and failed to deliver or execute their parts of the bargain. And to the extent that the president said Yoko is actually doing an investigation to that effect. But before I address this issue, I think there's something I have to clear in respect to an unfortunate falsehood that was peddled by my brother, Dr. Ezekiel.
Are we going back? We
No,
don't
I
have
mean,
time.
it's only factual for
because
me.
if you do, then he'll also want to respond and we keep going back and forth.
Just 30
so can we at least focus on this?
It's just 30 seconds. I mean, about the fact that during the NDC time, because we decided to sign an agreement with IMF, we're not employing teachers, nurses. That is factually inaccurate. That is false. That is palpable false.
Was there not a freeze
Absolutely
on public
false.
sector recruitment?
In fact, as part of the IMF condition, critical sectors like education and health, we are allowed to recruit. So this particular falsehood that is being perpetrated by MPP communicators and their top brass, I think they should nip it in the bud.
Okay.
You did all this thing, but yet you were, handed a heaviest defeat in the 2024 election.
Let's focus on this now, please.
What is key is this. President Mahama is talking about the fact that relative to the Agenda 111, in terms of its execution, was not prudent. And I believe that I will just basically demonstrate the level of discrepancies, the inconsistency, specifically as far as the president is concerned, to justify the reason why President Mahama is justifiable to have made that particular statement. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, on the 8th address, when there was a COVID outbreak, that was on the 26th of April, 2020. He addressed the nation. I mean, we became fellow Ghanaians, as we all knew. I mean, he told the good people of this country that indeed, he, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, intend to construct 88 hospitals. That's what he said. And he told us that this 88 hospital will be completed within a year. I'm talking about April 26, 2020. Fast forward, the next year, I'm talking about the chapter 2 of the level of inconsistency and the discrepancies relative to certain pronouncement by the president. Fast forward August 17, 2021. Just when we are left with at least, let's see, after 4 months, when the first promises that he made to us, that the 88 hospital will be completed. 21st of August 2021, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, entreated in the Ashanti region, met chiefs and made another statement to the effect that the Agenda 88 has now metamorphosis to Agenda 111. That's what the president said.
That was when he was cutting sword.
Absolutely.
Yes.
He said that's when he was cutting sword. And stated to the effect that, okay, this time around, it's going to be completed in 18 months. That's what the president said. Now, fast forward. In 2023, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo come back to the good people of this country again and said this time around, the first promise that he made, the 88 hospital will be completed in 1 year, which he never saw the light of day. He came back to us and told us that this time around, he has increased it to 111, to the extent that the new created regional hospitals will be inclusive, and other hospitals as well, which eventually become 111. He told that it will be completed in 18 months. Once again, he came back to us in 2023 and told us that this time around, all this hospital that he's been touting and giving us a timeline relative to its completion will be completed by the end of his tenure. That is 6th January 2025.
And he explained why there was a delay in the construction.
So
he
you
said
see,
that they faced challenges with land acquisition.
Absolutely not. You see, in the president's own statement, he said they have acquired 88 land. That's what he said. And made instances reference to what they call a Odoko, Dansuman. I mean, some part of Greater Accra. This is where they are facing challenges. So the issue about having acquired 88, what they call it, sites for the completion of 88 hospitals was not in doubt. It was not in dispute. So even granted that the remaining, after the 88, the remaining land, there was a dispute. I'm talking about the fact that the 88 was what we were told that they have acquired the land. So there was no dispute about land acquisition in respect to that. That was the level of discrepancies and the inconsistency. So when President Mahama make a statement to the effect that when it comes to the execution of the Agenda 111, it was not prudently expedited, President Mahama is more than justified to have made this particular comment. Because as we speak now, all the promises that were made to us, all the pronouncements that were made by the president, because you see, in a governance, a statement by a president of a country is a policy statement, it's a policy decision. So when you have a president address the good people of this country and told us about the fact that he intends to execute, to construct 88 hospitals, we didn't see it materializing. The president didn't even see the right, he didn't have the modicum to even apologize to the good people of this country.
He should have apologized?
Absolutely. You made a promise. You told us that you're going to finish 88 hospitals.
They couldn't finish it, but they had started.
But
They said there were most of
even-
them were at various levels of completion.
At what point?
Some 70%, some 80%.
No, even when he came back to us, August, 21st of August, 2021, at no point did he even tell us.
So I'm trying to move the conversation
Absolutely.
forward. I'm saying
Yeah.
that by the end of his tenure, we had been given an update where we're told that some of these hospitals were at various levels of completion. I mean, I've even listened to Honorable Minta Kando admit that, yes, some of these buildings, to an extent, they had started the construction. Some of them were just civil works. So it wasn't fully completed. There was still work to be done, but some had been started.
I listened to the former finance minister when he addressed a press conference on the 3rd of March, 2025. I mean, relative to the Agenda 111. And even admitted that it was 3 hospitals that were even at a point of completion. He made reference to the one at Trade, he made reference to the one at Kokobin, he made reference to the one at Agona, and said it was at a point of completion, that is 90-something%.
Yeah.
I listened to the health minister at that time, I'm talking about Dr. Okuboy. He also came and what do you call it, dispute the percentage that was given by the former finance minister. He said as a health minister, when you were exiting power, it was 77%. So you see, this is what I call the level of discrepancy, the inconsistency. So it all points down to the fact that indeed when it comes to the implementation of the Agenda 111, it was something in terms of its execution. It was not prudent. That's what President Mama is talking about. And listen, Kojo Ponkroma, Minister Honorable Kojo Ponkroma, when he addressed a press conference before the commission, he said they are going to spend $17 million per hospital.
Yeah.
President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, on the day of commission, told us that they are going to spend $60 million. Once again, an element of inconsistency has been established. And when before the NPP exit power, how many of these hospitals were completed? They spent an amount of $400 million. So even for the purposes of arithmetic, if you are spending $400 million, how many of these hospitals? That is why President Mama is saying that it should have been done in phases, because the $400 million would have completed at least, let's say, 21 hospitals, full-fledged hospital, which is operationalized. That's what President Mama is talking about. Because if you spend $400 million and none of these hospitals that were put up at this various stage at operational level, then at the end of the day, in terms of its execution, President Mama is justified to have made a statement to the effect that in terms of the prudent nature of the Agenda 111, it was not executed properly.
Okay.
And that is what President Mahama is saying. And like I said, one of the things I like about President Mahama is the fact that he admitted that, in fact, we are going to complete 35 of this hospital this year. That's what President Mahama is saying. President Mahama is not talking about the fact, oh, the policy is a bad policy. That's what he's saying. He's saying in terms of its execution. And one thing that is also key is the fact that the president have admitted that indeed there are certain contractors that took money for mobilization.
Yeah.
And these contractors are nowhere to be found. And for that matter, he has instructed Yoko to commission or to start an investigation to that effect. Because every individual who took money for mobilization when it comes to the Agenda 111 and who has failed to deliver their part of the bargain, in fact, they will face the full rigor of the law.
Okay.
And I believe that every conscionable, patriotic member of the MPP should salute President Mama for making such a statement, for making a statement to the effect that any individual, Ezekiel is a medical doctor. A medical doctor can only operate within a medical facility. So if individuals have taken money, that is meant to deliver Agenda 111, and they have taken the money and they have bolted with the money, I believe Ezekiel here should support President Mama and say, listen, President Mama, 21 gun salute for making such a bold statement to go after individuals who want to deprive us, medical doctors, from having access to a medical facility and discharge our responsibility as medical doctors.
Dr. Ezekiel, so do you then agree with the president now? Because clearly you could not complete these hospitals. Maybe if you had phased them out and probably started with a certain number of hospitals, you could have focused on that, built those ones, completed them, and operationalized them before moving on to the next?
I would have associated myself with their pronouncements if their own actions, even in government today, supported what they said. And we will prove that. What has been established around this table by my brother from the NDC is that Agenda 111 was a good policy.
I don't think anybody has said it was a bad policy.
It has been established that it was a good policy. Secondly, it has also been established that, contrary to belief, government did not starve contractors of those monies. At least contractors were giving monies to move to site. And contractors have failed, quote and unquote, to deliver. So the government did its part of the bargain to at least start the construction. If anyone took any money and the person has not done what is expected of him or her, the state has every right to go after those people, at least to retrieve our monies.
Are you absolving yourself of blame? Because if you've released monies to these contractors and they've not moved to site, who was monitoring? Don't we do monitoring and evaluation? Who was monitoring to ensure?
It is the monitoring and evaluation that pointed to the fact that people took the monies and did not deliver.
Did you know this?
How are you going to sustain that? How are you going to sustain that if you are not monitoring? If we sat in Accra and started at the ministry without monitoring and evaluating what had been done, you wouldn't realize it.
Are you saying that before, sorry to interject, but are you saying that before you went out of power, you were aware that there were some contractors who had received mobilization funds but did not move to site?
Agenda 111 that slipped through the cracks.
So you were aware of this?
There is nothing around the policy that slipped through the cracks.
So you were aware that there were some contractors who received money and did not move to site?
There is nothing.
What did you do about it?
There is nothing around Agenda 111 that slipped through the cracks. Now, coming back to apology.
You are not responding. So when you say did not slip, so you were aware of it?
Slipped through the cracks.
So what did you do about it?
Appropriate bodies were dealing with it.
Which
just
bodies
as the president has said,
which
that
bodies?
Yoko is going after those people.
Okay.
The president has even said it. How did we come to the realization that some monies were given?
But the president says he's instructed Yoko to go after them. What I'm asking is, during your tenure,
and I'm saying
were you aware? And if you were,
the cracks. Everything was on our table, and we're aware of everything, and appropriate measures were being instituted.
What were the appropriate measures?
Those
That's
measures
what we want to know, Dr.
included
Ezekiel.
what precipitated the failure of those people to go to site, and what actions could have been taken. Though nothing slipped through the cracks.
I'm confused.
You shouldn't be confused. I've answered you.
No, you haven't.
You shouldn't be confused.
You are not answering the question.
You shouldn't be confused. You shouldn't be confused. Now, moving on to apologies and counter-apologies.
I know you want to move on. I'm sorry if I'm interjecting, but I'm trying to get this information out there. At least we know what President Mahama has done or is doing to ensure that we retrieve that $7.9 million that went to about 35 contractors, and we still didn't get what we required. You said that nothing slipped through the cracks when you were in government.
Very good.
What exactly did you do about it? Because if you did something, I don't think we'll be here trying to retrieve this $7.9 million.
Those who could not return to site after taking mobilization were properly handed over to the appropriate quarters to do further investigation.
Who are these appropriate quarters?
Our security agencies, obviously.
Okay.
So we can go to the minister, former minister, and even ask him. And I'm sure he'll give you better.
You are saying this on authority. You know that.
I'm saying it on authority.
Okay.
Now, moving on. When it comes to apologies, I thought my brother was going to start with apologies before asking for apologies from us. Because last year, government made us aware that they were going to construct 600 chip compounds. Were they able to deliver even one?
Last year?
Last year. They said government was going to give Ghana 600 chip compounds. In a year, 2025 alone, Ghana was going to see an additional 600 chip compounds added to our stock. Were they able to even complete one? As we speak, almost halfway through 2026, have they been able to construct one chip compound out of the 600? They're talking about timelines and apologies. So if MPP could not deliver a regional hospital, a secondary facility, MPP could not deliver a secondary facility within 18 months. We've had the same period under this administration, 18 months, and they are unable to deliver the lowest of the stratum of our health sector facilities. The chip compound is the lowest. It's the least. In terms of all health facilities, it is the least. You promised 600 in 2025 alone. 18 months down the line, you've not given the state even one. But Akufo-Addo should be hanged for promising a level 2 facility and could not complete everything within 18 months.
Dr. Ezekiel, so not
within
to interject,
18 months.
I get you.
So the apologies.
He came back
The apologies.
Even beyond that 18-month promise.
The apologies.
Came back and said it was overly ambitious. One would have thought that he would not give timelines anymore.
No
but
problem.
He still gave another set of timelines and said
you
at
are
the end
right
of the
to
tenure,
criticize Akufo-Addo and his administration.
I'm asking you a question. Should he then have stayed away from promising timelines again at the State of the Nation address? Because clearly he could not even deliver on the first.
You can have a view. You can have a view, and everyone's entitled to your opinion and your view. If your view is that he shouldn't have come back with another timelines, you are perfectly
Do you agree to
obliged.
that?
I do not necessarily have to agree with you, but you can have your view.
So what is your thought on that?
So my thought is that MPP could not deliver a level 2 facility, a regional level facility in 18 months. So Akufo-Addo should be hanged. But he also promised the list. The list. In fact, cheap compounds can occupy about 3 on TV3 premises. Just this space, your studios can even qualify as cheap compound. Your studios alone, the 4 corners of these studios can qualify as cheap compound. They promised you 600. And in 18 months, they've not delivered even one. Talking about timelines and apology. And you know what? In terms of health facilities, you do not need to complete and make it 100% operational to start delivering as a health facility. In 2017, when the MPP came, the UGMC, as started by Prof. Mills, was 70% complete for phase 1. So the whole UGMC you see today did not start operating in its full capacity from day 1. In 2019 to 2021, the government sought for another facility to do the phase 2 of the facility. So UGMC, as we have it, they could not have waited for the phase 2 to be complete before you start operationalizing UGMC. So the 30% that was left before this MPP's administration came was delivered and phase 1 could start. So if certain facilities were commissioned, you do not need to wait to have it fully operational in terms of what was written in the books to start. So when we sit and we want to poo-poo the fact that certain facilities were commissioned and we are told it didn't have everything it needed, please, I beg to differ. We need to understand how the health sector works and how things work in its graduated form. The government of Ghana and the state of Ghana could not wait for phase 2 of UGMC to be delivered in 2021 before it started operating. In fact, there were people who even took to the streets to start the operations of UGMC. Had we completed the phase 2 of the facility?
But that's UGMC as against
I am giving
how many
you,
hospitals?
The argument has been made here that even those that were commissioned were told they were not fully operational. And I'm telling you that you do not need 100% operationalization to start operating.
So if you don't have the medical equipment, because I listened to
the medical equipment were installed.
He said all of them.
Those that were operationalized. I'm saying you do not need everything 100% to start. We didn't have everything 100% to start UGMC.
Fair point. But I'm saying
the same minister, not to catch you.
Did you have the medical
equipment? The same minister went to
facilities?
commission one last year, March, April, at Ekuapem. Did he have everything 100% before it was commissioned? There was one that was commissioned, Okre District Hospital. It was commissioned by the minister, our current Minister of Health. Is it operating 100%?
Did they have to equip it before commissioning?
He commissioned the Okre District Hospital March, April last year.
Did they have to equip it with something
is
further?
It operating 100%?
You tell me, I haven't checked.
I do not think it's operating 100%. But the facility is operating. I've had the benefit. There's one close to my alma mater, St. Peter's, in Kwetia. It is not operating 100%, but the facility is working. You do not need 100% operationalization to start. And people saw a policy that to them wasn't prudent. We saw an ambitious policy, one that speaks to answer questions and provide services to the people. Have you heard of the 4 delays in accessing healthcare? Central to the 4 delays is the lack of facilities. To the Ghanaian, it is not an overly prudent or imprudent policy. To the Ghanaian, it was a means to access healthcare. That is what we saw. We are talking about nurses who can't find jobs to do. Agenda 111 promises to employ over 64,000 health workers. Where should we lay our cards?
Okay.
Where should we put our monies? And this same administration, the NDC, think that starting 111 facilities across board in the country was overly ambitious, was imprudent. But the same administration in your first term started 123 e-blocks. Was it imprudent?
Okay.
And to end, we are told that the one job, 3 shift, 3 employees has now changed into what? 24-hour market. That's not what we are told. And in fact, an NDC communicator, one of the Kaswa radio stations, said that instead of the 133 shift system, you are now going to build markets. And one woman will finish selling cassava in the afternoon. Another person will go and sell cassava.
That's what they said?
Yes.
That's what they said specifically?
Yes, cassava. Yeah. He referred cassava. That cassava sellers sell and they go home. So at least the market will offer opportunity for people to come at night and dawn to sell cassava. Now, we are told.
No, okay, you've exceeded your
What
time.
have we been told about those district level markets? That we are going to construct.
Okay, now we are very
200. I'm giving you reasons why we can't say that it wasn't imprudent. Because in your own flagship program, your 24-hour economy, the government has told us, you and I, Bella, that they are going to construct 261 markets across 261 districts.
I understand.
So you are telling us that, per your analogy and your verdict on Agenda 111, every Ghanaian listening to us, that having the hope of having 261 markets, the government is telling you 111 facilities was overly ambitious and imprudent. So if you have any hope as a young man that the government is going to build 261 markets for you, they say even 111 is overly
Let's come back to the issue
so
of
you
health,
do not
health
have any
infrastructure.
hope.
So you talked about
the
some
government
600.
is going to implement and fully finish their so-called
Thank you, Dr. Ezekiel. You talked about some of these 600 chip compounds that you said none of it was what? Commissioned? Is that what you were saying?
Do we have any?
So I have a few here. So Cheldom officially commissioned a chips compound in November 2025, financed by the Japan International Cooperation Agency to expand primary health care. We also have Dumpong Ebri Equiapim South Municipal Assembly commissioned a newly completed chips compound in July 2025, which included a mechanized borehole and staffed bungalows.
When that one start? When was the call made?
These are all
when was the call made?
Check
the timelines. Check the timelines. No, check the timelines, right? When the pronouncement was made for the chip compounds to be constructed. Said this one was July what? 2025.
This is July 2025.
So check the timelines. When did the minister come to tell you you're going to start? So if a chip compound
when did he say it? Tell me.
Commissioned,
do you have the date exactly?
If a chip compound was commissioned, for all you know, there were chip compounds that even started before this administration came.
But you're saying that even this studio could pass as a chip compound.
No, my point is that when did the minister make the pronouncement?
When did he make it? Can you tell me?
Check.
There
are people that gave you the information.
I thought you had. Nobody is giving me. Nobody is giving me information.
I'm telling you that
I am intelligent enough to do my own research. Nobody is giving me. I have it here, and I'm reading it to you.
And I am saying that for the one that we are told was commissioned in July, could not have met the timeline. So go back and check. Go back and check. I believe strongly that it's a facility that was handed over to the administration.
You believe? Yes, do you have the facts to back it? That's what I'm asking you.
When was the minister sworn in? And when did we have the promise?
That's what I'm asking. When did he make that promise?
The promise was made somewhere second quarter of last year.
Second quarter?
I believe so. Of last year. Could it have started procurement and finished second quarter by July?
It's not possible?
I am challenging the timelines.
I hear you.
I am challenging the timelines.
They also began prepping multiple chip compounds for immediate commissioning and aligning.
They began prepping. I am challenging the timelines.
Let's get back to the Agenda 111 conversation.
You know, he has taken us on a tour, but there's much ado about nothing. He's dodging the bullet. The tough questions you've asked on this table, he's trying to swim around it and dodge it because he has nothing to say about Agenda 111. He told us, I heard him say that, well, there was a promise made and that the government made a promise, it gave the monies to contractors, and for that matter, if the contractors were not able to go to site, we should blame the contractors for their failure.
Please.
That is what he's trying to. No, that is
Well,
that is
away from government.
You said it. You said it's away from government. I'm paraphrasing in a way that will make it simple. I've summarized it. I've summarized it. You said.
Doc, you said government should not be blamed for it.
Should not be blamed. So are you telling me that?
I am saying that monies were given for construction. What I was scared to hear was that the policy was started and there was no money to start. So at least some monies were given for the construction to start. That was my point.
Okay.
$400 million.
Quote me well and paraphrase me well.
$400 million, right? Could have completed a number of these Agenda 111 hospitals. And that's why I told you in my earlier remark that, Bella, this Agenda 111 was an avenue for loot and share. Just as the $3 billion that we got from the IMF, COVID-19 bailout, was just a loot and share financial architecture that the MPP propagated. And you quite remember that the former PC of, is it Sanogo or so, of the MPP, said that she received at least 100,000 cedis from that, and some constituency executives and other parliamentary candidates also received those monies. What I'm trying to tell my brother is that, look, you have failed drastically. 111 hospitals was a promise. Going through the formulation stage of the policy, did you not know that it was not feasible? That is part of the reasons why we say they are incompetent and they were clueless about governance in this country. Because it was a promise. We did not put a gun to their head to come to tell them that they should build 111 hospitals immediately for us. They did their research and they came out with this policy and said that they can be able to do it and finish it for us. Wherever they were going to get the monies for, how they were going to engineer the financing, they said they promised us. It was an assurance to the people of Ghana. And so if you come here and say that, well, we should then tailor our blame towards the contractors, you are not being fair to the intelligence and the sentiments of the people of Ghana. And that is why you were handed that defeat. Under the aegis of this Fourth Republic, no political party has ever suffered from that defeat. Ever. And so, Bella, what I'm trying to let the MPP understand is that, look, and the NDC has to expedite processes of prosecuting all these corrupt officials under the aegis of the Akufo-Addo regime. And that is why today they have the edge, the nerve to sit on national television and to tell Ghanaians that, well, we give the money out to contractors, and for that matter, you cannot blame us, even if the project was not even started. Then what was the benefit of having a whole minister for health? And you quite remember, under the COVID-19 crisis, pandemic, when the people of Ghana were in agony, were in shock, right? Were sick from this pandemic, how much did you procure the vaccines for? How much did you procure those vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines for? And how many were even delivered to the people of Ghana? And through what means of procurement did you use? When Ghanaians were in the diaspora, and of course the diasporans contribute significantly to remittances into this country, when they were coming back, how much were you charging at the ports for one COVID-19 test? And so the MPP should save us that. What I want the NDC to do is that, look, this has happened. We are looking for the way forward now. 111 hospitals in every district of Ghana is something that would support our drive to attain universal healthcare coverage. It is a dream that we have aspired as a people. And it's a dream that every government has professed, but we've not been able to achieve it. What we are saying is that now that this mess has happened and contributed largely by the MPP, let us look at how best we can be able to involve the private sector to get some form of sustainable financing for this project so that we can be able to complete it. They promised, what, 33?
35.
35 to be completed by this year.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, I think that it would go a long way in helping us achieve that universal healthcare coverage. But I think that 111 can be completed if we're able to give the private sector and fund some sustainable financing. You know that the NHIS was even capped under their regime.
Yeah.
Which I think that those funds that were capped from the NHIS could have also been tailored to support the Agenda 111 drive. So it means that they had no intention to complete it. Because if you cap the NHIS fund, which is supposed to also contribute to what? Development in our healthcare space, then what do you expect?
But if you say they have no intention, I don't think the president would have come back to reassure us that work was being done and they would be able to complete them.
$400 million, okay? Starting with Agenda 88, now 111. Less than what? Or no completion even. 3. You are telling us 3. $400 million, just 3 hospitals, district hospitals. I mean, let's be honest here. Let us do a value for money audit here. 3 hospitals cost $400 million. Bella.
Meanwhile, one is supposed to cost about 16 million.
16 million.
Yes.
So let's do the analysis here. Has there been value for money? Has there been value for money? Or that one they will not take the blame. We should blame the former PPA boss who gave the approvals for this, because he was also even caught up in his own procurement shenanigans where there was a contract for sale under their regime. Should we put the blame on him too? So Ezekiel, let's be guided here. The people of Ghana deserve better. Bella, look, let's travel out of Accra and see the way people are accessing healthcare delivery in this country. I mean, excuse me to say, some of the district hospitals I have seen with my own eyes, right? I mean, if you go to countries like the US or Australia, their veterinary hospitals are even far better than that. Excuse me to say that this morning. And so we need to be serious as political commentators and people that belong to political traditions, that the people should matter, right? If you sit down here, you failed. 111, you failed. You have nothing to say. That's why he was just marching around, bringing markets and all that. The next thing you go and hear, he'll be talking about economy, but they have nothing to even talk about the economy. So Ezekiel, let's be guided here.
Governance is a continuum. If you say they failed, that's unfair, because at least they were started.
They are not ready to learn.
At least they started.
They are not ready to learn. They are not ready to learn. Okay. And they've not changed. It's the same people and the same script.
Delani, so the health minister says that if he tells us they can complete, or your party can complete all 111 hospitals before the end of President Mahama's tenure, that's not possible. That's a lie, because you need about $1.5 billion dollars to be able to do that. So realistically, how many can Ghanaians expect to be completed before the end of the tenure?
I honestly want to go by what the president said. I mean, the president is saying by the end of the year we should be done with 35. It's possible next year the president will increase the number to maybe 40 or whatever it is. But I like what the minister said. I always see in our DNA as members of the National Democratic Congress is honesty, consistency, and truth. I mean, will they come and sit down here and give you false hope, so that at the end of the day, after 4 years, you hold us accountable and we are unable to answer to it? But you see, Bella, Ezekiel is my very good friend. But you see, I mean, when you sit down here, so we have not even constructed one chip compound. That is another falsehood. You see, he always engaged in what I call paralysis of analysis. You see, in one breath, he said even just here can suffice as a chip compound. Is that not what he said? He said even when you divide this place into 2, it can suffice as a chip compound. Maybe what he was expecting the NDC to do, typically of the NPP, where they broker a deal, they organize kinky party and what have you. Maybe he was expecting the minister to come and address a full-blown what we call press conference and start detail. Oh, this is where we have done the agenda. See, as I said down here, Kaswa, my constituency, we have 2 chip compounds there, completed. See, that's what I'm saying. That what does it take to finish?
Well, he wants to know the timelines.
The chip compound was finished last year.
When did it start?
The chip compound started in Kaswa.
When?
It started in June last year and it was completed November last year. So you see, when you yourself pay your own analysis,
2 of them.
2 of them. When you own your wait, your own analysis.
Dr. Ezekiel, let him.
You confronted what do you call it?
When in June?
Bella. That in terms of constructing of a chip compound, it's cheap compared to agenda. Is that not what he said? Is that not what you said?
Yeah.
So if a chip construction of a chip compound, I mean, it's not something that is a rocket scientist. And even in President Mama's last, what we call it here, his appointees were the one that contributed money to construct 6,000 plus chip compounds.
6,000?
Oh, yeah, but you don't know.
How many chip zones do we have?
No, you see, so you see, you sit down here and create a certain impression that, NDC has not constructed a chip compound. Because what you want us to do now is to organize a full-blown press conference and tell Ghanaians, so this is where we have constructed a chip compound and what have you. NDC as a political party, as a government, we don't engage in that mediocrity where the slightest thing, we organize a KK party, a full press conference, and telling Ghanaians that we have done this and what have you. What Ezekiel must understand is
before you come in, so I'm just checking this 6,000 chip compound statement, and it says it's false. In fact, while the Mahama-led administration announced intentions in 2014 to build or implement up to 1,600, only 808 to 1,260 compounds were completed and officially operationalized before the end of their term in 2017.
Operationalized.
So it's not 6,000. That's what I just wanted to point out.
Fine, that's understand. But what I'm saying is this. For instance, if you take something like, what do you call it, what the NDC did relative to a chip compound that we constructed, MPP cannot compare themselves to the NDC when it comes to the construction of a chip compound. MPP cannot compare to themselves to the NDC when it comes to putting up health facilities in this country. The achievement of the NDC is monumental. The achievement of President John Dramani Mahama in his previous, what they call regime, it's evidence for everybody to see. So the construction of a chip compound is not something that will come and organize a press conference and detail Ghanaians about the fact that this is what we have done and what have you. What is important is this. President Mahama have made a statement to the effect that when it comes to the execution of the Agenda 111, it was not done prudently. And for that matter, people need to be answerable to what they did in the erstwhile NPP administration. And that is exactly what we have to do. And I expect every member of the NPP to accept the fact that indeed, what President Mahama is saying, we must all rally behind President Mahama and ensure that every contractor that took mobilization fee and messed up with it will be dealt with according to the dictates of the law.
He says they started, investigating those issues before.
Where? And where did they land it?
Which people started?
Which individuals were cited?
Dr. Ezekiel said.
No, which individuals?
Before their tenure was
the question is,
initiated.
Hold on. You see, Bella, you see, as at February, right? Oh,
hold on, please allow him.
So you see, whatever that has to do with Agenda 111, right? We're basically shred in secrets. Even at a point when people have invoked the right to information, right? You fail to even provide them with the necessary information with respect to Agenda 111. This is a letter that was written by Joy for Multimedia, signed by Raymond Akwa.
When?
That was 21st of April, May. That was 2022.
What did it say?
It says that request for information about government Agenda 111. It was addressed to the sector, the president advisor, Dr. Isia. And he responded. This is his response. He said, pursuant to the Right to Information Act 989, a right to request access to it. And this was his response. He said, this is about your letter dated February 11, 2022, on the subject, request for information about government Agenda 111 project. Per our record, we do not have the information on our custody. Thank you. Even when journalists have invoked their rights to information, to seek clarification on information with respect to Agenda, you fail even to provide all this information. So when President Mahama comes and make a statement to the effect that what you did relative to Agenda 111 was something that was not done, in terms of prudence, it was not done prudently, you should be able to accept.
Okay.
And this posture from the MPP, creating a certain impression that, you started it, we started it, when you have come, you have to continue with it and what have you. President Mahama have not said in any way that he's not going to continue with Agenda 111. It's one of the reasons why he has addressed, able chiefs and tell them about the fact that this is the stage of the Agenda 111. This is the one that we intend to complete by the end of the year 2026. That's what President Mahama is saying. But when it comes to the MPP, look at what you did with respect to the community-based senior high schools. You basically just left them in the bush.
I just want to find out, just quickly before I go to Dr. Ezekiel. So these 3 hospitals that Dr. Amin Adams, the former finance minister, had mentioned were completed. Because he mentioned one in Echima Kwamoma Municipal Hospital in Trede, Ofori Kro Municipal Hospital, Kokoben, and then a Hunter West Municipal Hospital in Bokro. Bokro is what it's called. So these 3, I've listened to a minister who said that they were not fully completed. How soon, and I don't know if you have that information, but if you can get it for us, we'll be happy. At least for the sake of Ghanaians, how soon can we have these hospitals completed and commissioned? Because we need the hospitals.
Oh, Bella,
at least nurses and doctors will be posted to some of these hospitals.
No, hold on.
No, that's what I'm saying. That I don't know if he has the information, but if he does,
Bella, for me,
how soon can we
Bella,
complete
for me,
them?
whatever I see is the president has spoken.
Okay.
He's the president of the Republic of Ghana. Whatever I see, I mean, will be consistent with the position adopted by the president. He is the one in charge. He's the commander-in-chief. And the president has assured the good people of this country that by the end of the year 2026, we intend to complete 35 of the Agenda 11 hospital. And I still want to stick and go by what the president has said. So by the end of the year 2026, all of us will be here to discuss whether indeed we have been able to complete and operationalize the 35 of the Agenda 11 hospital.
Okay, all right. Dr. Ezekiel, please come in so we can wrap up.
We perfectly understand the tangents of UP when it comes to national issues and their position on the MPP. If the United Party, I mean, we understand
the offspring of the MPP.
We understand their position on issues.
Okay, that's false.
On issues when it comes to what they think or do not think of the MPP. We are not going to be swayed by whatever UP says to us. We will still be firm on our grounds to propagate our message. That we can assure everyone. And I reiterate, you do not need any health facility to be 100% operational to start work. UGMC, in our recent history, is an example. Moving on, I don't think if you go to Kaswa today, we are going to find 2 cheap compounds that were started and completed last year.
You don't think?
I do not think.
You're conjecturing?
I'm not conjecturing. I know what I'm saying, but I'm just erring on the side of caution. I do not think there was any cheap compound in Kaswa.
So you're saying he's lied?
I won't say that about my brother. Maybe he got the wrong information. But I'm saying that there is no cheap compound in Kaswa that was started and completed last year. The back and forth we just had. The announcement was made on 29th June by the Minister of Government Communications that government intends to construct 600 chip compounds in 2025. How could government intend to construct 600 chip compounds in 2025, announced on 29th June 2025, and processes started, completed, and commissioned in July? In fact, the third chip compound you referenced, at the inauguration or the commissioning, it was stated that it started in 2013. So that's why I'm saying that.
It was stated. Do you have those details?
I have a copy of it.
So can you show us? I mean, read it to us as well. Who said it?
That the facility started in 2013. So the government communications minister made the announcement on 29th June. That's why I'm saying that I have every reason to contest all the chip compounds you've mentioned to me, Bella. That if those chip compounds were completed last year, I stand my grounds.
Which
they were never from those pronouncements by the communications minister.
axma.gov. Sorry. No, I'm just asking because I don't know it. What page?
I have given you
what source
a link.
Is this? It's called what?
I can send the link.
Okay, please kindly send me the link.
So
I
I stand once again by my point that we have facilities. Don't forget that President Kufuor's 9 Eurojet facilities. MPP came and we completed fully 6 of them under Akufo-Addo's administration. Meanwhile, those facilities started under President Kufuor, or funds secured under President Kufuor. For the entire 8 years, they are not complete. So if there were facilities, chip compounds that were commissioned somewhere July last year, but announcement to start chip compounds was on 29th June and reported on 30th June, there was no way those chip compounds qualify as one of those chip compounds that we're told we're going to build. And once again, I stand by my point that if the NDC and the government believes that starting 111 health facilities wasn't prudent, how did they start 123 E projects at a go?
Okay.
And why are they going to start 261 24-hour economy markets in 261 districts within the 2.5 years left? So if we're a young man listening to me, if the NDC believes starting and completing 111 health facilities was overly ambitious and not prudent, the answer to your 24-hour economy inquest is that if you are promised by these same people that they are going to start and complete 261 district markets to qualify for 24-hour economy, better have a rethink. Because this administration does not believe you can start and complete even 111 projects. So their mantra of 24-hour economy, which has undergone various meiosis and mitosis, metamorphosed into markets, where you are told that instead of giving you a shift system to run at the banks, at the promise giving you, instead of you going to work at the nightclub, because that was the promise that was given you, but rather they are going to sell cassava and Kobe at a market. They are unable, and by their own words, they can't fulfill that promise of building you the 261 markets across our district. As for the hospitals, yes, they were ambitious. But if we are to even complete them today, the nurses who are wasting in the house would have opportunity to work. I do not see it as an overly ambitious project, but one that encompasses our health sector.
You don't see it as an overly ambitious
project?
To
me, it is not overly ambitious.
So
we need to go back, complete the facilities, and the 100,000 plus nurses and midwives rotting at home would have an avenue for employment.
So I found the article that you're referring to, and yes, indeed, the Municipal Health Director, Madam Emily Amponsa, retorted that the facility had not been in operation since she was posted to the district in 2020. But of course, they had started the construction. Why have I lost it? They had started the construction in 2013.
Exactly.
And it was commissioned in July.
It couldn't have been your 600.
That's understandable. But there was also another one. I was hoping that maybe you could give me the update on that one as well. Since you're saying you don't believe.
Which one?
I mentioned about 3 of them. But I want us to wrap up. So what we talked about was the Dumpon Ebru Equiapim South Municipal Assembly Chips Compound. There was also Cheldom, officially commissioned in November 2025.
So, the timelines.
Don't worry, I understand.
The announcement was made.
So even in November 2025 is not possible.
End of June.
I say November 2025 is not possible.
Land tenure system, procurement system.
So it's not possible even for November 2025 for one to complete.
I have my reservations.
All right, let's move on now, and we don't have too much time, but we want to get into the Galamsey conversation, and it's quite worrying the updates that we're still getting from these Galamsey prone areas, because as it stands now, we're told that residents around the Tanot River are resorting to sachet water because pollution has worsened. It says residents of Tanoso in the Tanot North municipality say pollution of the Tanot River by illegal mining, popularly known as Galamsey, has forced them to depend on sachet water for drinking and household chores. And they spoke to the Ghana news agencies. These are the aggrieved residents. And they're saying that the water is too muddy, too turbid, and so unfortunately, they cannot even rely on it for domestic purposes. Beyond that as well, the Ghana Water Company Limited is telling us that the Peve water plant has shut down over soaring turbidity levels. And so ideally, they're saying, and Mr. Mate is the director in charge of communications, he says that the Peve plant, which draws water from the Volta Lake, was built to treat water with turbidity levels of up to 25 NTU, with operators occasionally able to manage slightly higher levels. But as it stands now, recent readings have exceeded 400 NTU, far beyond the plant's operational capacity. And so they've had to shut it down. And while all this is happening, there's been an attempt by some chiefs in some communities to help address the issue of Galamsey. And so in Bibiani and Riaso, Bekwai, we're told that one person unfortunately has been shot dead and 7 others have been injured. And that's after a chief in the community, along with some community members, went into some of these Galamsey areas, the Flower Hill Forest Reserve, where we are told illegal mining activities were said to be taking place. And according to eyewitness accounts, the group had gone to the enclave to assess the activities of illegal mining. Unfortunately, the chief and some others were attacked by some group of people, and one person is said to have died. and the others are the hospital receiving treatment. So clearly we're still struggling with the fight against galamsey. And now even residents are also, in some places, even attacking the lawmakers who are supposed to ensure that galamsey is brought to an end. What's your comment on this? Doc, sorry.
Lola. Well, let me start off by saying that God, in His own infinite wisdom, had a reason for creating water as a tasteless, colorless, and odorless substance. And so, for that matter, the fight against galamsey cannot be won by politicization of it. We should not politicize the fight against galamsey. Even though we know that the menace of galamsey has been exacerbated by the influence of political actors and politically exposed persons. Bella, according to the Ghana Water Company today and other relevant statistics online, we got the people of Ghana, only 42% of our people have access to clean drinking water. But 88% of our population has access to basic water services. But out of this, it's only 42% that has access to clean drinking water. So alone, with these figures alone, we are not doing better when it comes to access to clean drinking water, let alone even now polluting our surface water bodies. And as I speak to you today, 60% of our water bodies are polluted. And mercury and these heavy metals, especially mercury, takes 1,000 years to decompose. So you can imagine the treatment costs and what it would take for us to restore our water bodies and our, forest reserves, especially globally significant biodiversity areas. Bella, the fight against galamsey is a national fight. I will not sit on this seat and tell you that, well, because Wuntumi is a chief financier or a chief, galamseyer, and for that matter, taking him to court alone satisfies the fight against galamsey. No. It is the sole responsibility of each and every citizen, entrusted also in the president, that the president should lead that fight. We have been seeing chiefs leading that fight. And let me use this platform to eulogize the Asantehene. We've seen his leadership and his steadfast leadership in tackling this issue of galamsey. We've seen other chiefs, local chiefs, and how they have approached this issue. And I think that as a broader conversation in going further to solve this governance, this governance aspect of this issue, Article 257 of our 1992 Constitution has to be amended to ensure that the traditional authorities also become co-trustees. As it stands now, Article 257 entrusts only the president to be the trustees of our mineral resources. And that is why you realize that some of our chiefs are, I would say, redundant in the fight against galamsey, and they are very slow in acting up because they think that people issue licenses in Accra without their consent. They are the landlords, and people come and mine, and they do not get anything in return for their people and their locality. And so for that matter, some of them have also used a parallel means of propagating mining within their locality, which is illegal. And so I think that going forward, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Executive Parliament, together with the National House of Chiefs, have to go into conclave and see how best they can promote this amendment of Article 257 to ensure that our traditional authorities are co-trustees. We in the United Party are not against mining, but irresponsible mining that propagates pollution of our water bodies and damages our forest reserves is what we are against. And so I think that the NDC has started some form of cooperative mining initiatives that seeks to ensure that there's some form of sustainable mining by youthful miners. Bella, that I think would be tested going forward. I mean, we have a lot of years to know whether that policy has been feasible. But I think that this generation of Ghanaians have failed the country Ghana, in the sense that we inherited Ghana from our ancestors. And with our ancestors during that time, we had traditional authorities. They were myths and superstitions that guided how we related with our environment and our water bodies. Even at that time, Nananum managed it properly. And they would tell you that, well, on this particular day, you cannot go to the river bank to fetch water or, to bath, right? And I'm sure that the rationale behind all these superstitions and myths was to more like preserve our ecosystem. Today that we have abundance of technology and we are more civilized, society, to put it that way, we have failed our environment. And this has been predicated on what? Some form of political financing to political parties and politicians. And CDD reports indicts our political actors in this menace that even the previous election, you had a lot of galamseyers finance political parties and their various candidates into parliament and also into the executive. And so for us to tackle this menace, we need the collective will of each and every political party in this country. And we should not politicize it.
Delali, we're not supposed to politicize this. Clearly, we see what's happening now. How far are we as a country, a nation, in fighting galamsey?
Bella.
And unfortunately, I don't have time, so I can only give you just a minute.
No, Bella, for me,
so that Doc can also,
for me, what is quite instructive is the fact that I've always said, when it comes to galamsey, you see, pollution, they say, is localized, but the effect of that pollution is global. It's one of the reasons why there could be a galamsey activity going on in the part of maybe central region, eastern region, or western north. But the remnants of that particular activity affect all of us. For instance, the food produce that come from this part of the country, eventually when they are heavily polluted with this thing like mercury, like the heavy metals that Doc actually referenced to, the consequence of it affects all of us. I mean, it's one of the reasons why when you go to Galamsey Enclave, there are children being born with certain defects. I mean, which we are told that it has a certain effect on kids as well. But one thing that is instructive, even doctors have traced this recent rampant kidney-related challenges as a result of galamsey. But one thing I'm quite happy about is the fact that President Mahama have shown that commitment when it comes to fighting against galamsey. I mean, the NIMO, what do you call it? It's a great job. I listened to Colonel Boa. I mean, with respect to some of the measures that they have put in place in dealing with this galamsey menace. It's not going to be a one-day wonder because it's more or less like a cartel. I mean, where we've seen people, actively involved in it and what have you. Recently, there was a police officer who was caught on video. I mean, basically, the one who was actually urging them on to engage in that galamsey activity. I am aware of the fact that now you're talking about almost about 94 excavators have been seized. And this time around, what happened is this. When they are seized, I mean, they are confined in a, what you call a security zone. I work at the port as head of corporate communication at Ghana Port and Harbour Authority. I know the vigorous and the rigorous and the cumbersome processes that people have to go through. Even people who have imported galamsey into the country for, I mean, I'm talking about road construction, the processes that you have to go through. You have to officially write to the Minister for what they call road. I mean, for the Minister for Road to write to the Minister of Transport, even to the Commissioner General, it has to be communicated to the Director General of Ghana Port and Harbour Authority.
Before?
Yes, before.
Do we have excavators being imported still?
I mean, now even when you want to import excavator, you need even permission before you import excavator. So those who even imported excavator without permission, all of them have been conveyed to what we call it, the military, what they call barracks and what.
We hope we don't hear later that.
Absolutely not.
They have
I mean,
flown
you remember beginning. Was it last year, beginning of the year? I mean, there was this whatever Jandam news about the fact that excavators were missing. I personally led a group of media men to some of the military installation to go and have a look at.
And they were missing.
I mean, absolutely.
They were all there. So they're all there at the moment.
I sit down here, sometimes people even call me, I have an excavator. I say, listen, you have to go through the processes.
How many excavators have we impounded at the moment?
Oh, I mean,
do you have that figure?
I don't have that figure. Okay, now. I don't have it. So what I'm actually just saying is, these are all measures, strategy being put in place. I listened to Ken Boa saying that almost about 3,000 champagne, right, have been seized. I mean, talking about what they call it, water pumping machine. What they are basically doing now, they've given it to the Ministry of Agric, so that eventually we end up in the hands of farmers who want to use it for farm-related activities. So these are commitments that have been demonstrated by the leadership, and I'm sure and I'm certain that President Mahama will surely make sure that this issue about Galamsey is high and hard one to deal with it ruthlessly.
What's the smirk on your face, Doctor?
I'm impressed with Dela, his personal fight to help end Galamsey as Corporate Affairs Director. He has enumerated what at least his office has done. Except his effort is a drop in an ocean, because the facts of the matter do not even reflect what he's doing. But he's an individual and just a government appointee. The overarching effects of policies and directives of this administration has thwarted his efforts, in the sense that per the media coalition against Galamsey's reports that was released less than 2 months ago, Galamsey has moved from about 45, 48 forest reserves, and we are doing 50 plus reserves. Our reserves are being encroached. So the issue with Galamsey is on the rise and is worse off today. So the good people of Tanoso, I empathize with you, and we as MPP empathize with you, because you were given a deliberate promise. You said the MPP empathizes with them? We empathize with them. With who? Those who have to resort to the sachet water to bath. Okay. And don't forget, sachet water price has gone up. So they are even spending more to bath. They are spending more to keep hygiene. So we empathize with them. And do not forget, Bella, that last year, in the central region, 11 districts at a point were without water, because the Konyako water treatment plant could not function due to the silt as a result of Galamsey and how murky the water was. The treatment plant could not function to treat the water for the people of central region. 11 districts. And at a point, public health implications started rearing its ugly head into it. We had cases of diarrhea. It thwarted completely the WASH program agenda. So the effect of Galamsey, just as it was espoused recently by the Pediatric Society of Ghana, the effect we are seeing on unborn babies and freshly born babies is unprecedented. But we were given a promise that within 120 days of this administration, they were going to end illegal mining. 120 days. Did they say end illegal mining? End illegal mining. And they referenced our forest reserves. Is that what the text said? That's what they said. Point 19 of the 120-day promise. Okay. Point 19, to end illegal mining in our forest reserves. Point 19, I can help you with the document, Bella. I'm trying to open it here. Thank you. So if you have it, please read it. So if point 19 of your first 120-day promise, that you promised people of Ghana that you were going to end illegal mining activities in our forest reserves. Point 19. But here we are. Okay. Having Galamsey moved from about 45 forest reserves to 50 forest reserves. You can't find it, Oh, it's here. Okay. It's here. No, I want you to read it. Since you have it. Point 19. No, go ahead. You made the point, so you go ahead. So I can as part of the first 120-day promise the Lali's government and party made to the people of Ghana, including those at Tanoso, who would have to resort to sachet water to bath. The government promised you, including people of central region, the 11 districts affected, who later were prone to diarrhea cases. The government promised us that in their first 120 days, they were going to ban illegal mining and new activities in forest reserves. At the first sentence. The first 120 days. They're going to ban, not end. Ban. Ban. A ban is ban.
Yeah, ban. So when you read this,
a ban is ban.
No, ban is ban.
A ban is ban. No, so after giving us this promise, and on top of it, telling us that, I'm being counted, telling us that they were going to use artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence to end Galamsey. Our time is up. Is the diarrhea in central region? It has been. Yes, indeed. Thank you, gentlemen. Big issue because you said end. You said end completely.
But thank you so much, gentlemen. So Big Issue is sponsored by the University of Gold Coast. Whether you're aiming for a specialist MBA in marketing, communication, operations, please, gentlemen, please calm down. We're done with this conversation. Thank you all very much. Thank you. So whether you are aiming for a specialist MBA in marketing, communication, operations, supply chain, human resource management, finance, entrepreneurship, innovation, or business intelligence analytics, or you want to advance to a dual MBA or chartered manager MBA, University of Gold Coast gives you options that match your vision. And if your next step is an MSc in international relations, communications, international marketing, international law, security, diplomacy, accounting, finance or human resource management, an LLM in international law, security diplomacy, or an MA in biblical studies, practical theology, then the pathway is open. Apply now, because at University of Gold Coast, we make it practical, flexible learning, flexible entry, and flexible payment. Study abroad, study around your work and life, and choose a route that fits your background and pay in convenience installments. Your dream deserves structure. It deserves strategy. Your future and your purpose deserve training. Apply now at www.ugc.edu.gh. Again, www.ugc.edu.gh, or call 026-388-8555. University of Gold Coast, building leaders for the nations. And I should say a big thank you as well to all our viewers on Facebook. No time to read these messages, but I was reading them while the conversation was ongoing. We're very grateful to you, and we hope you stay with us as we continue the rest
the next few days are to look forward to because there's a lot going on about the Premier League. There's Arsenal in the picture, and there's Man City. Stop signaling me.
No, you mentioned it again.
What is it? Arsenal is in the picture.
Say it one more time.
Arsenal is in the picture. Wow. Are you guys winning or something? What's going on?
You have one more
Lord,
game.
stop doing hands down, because it's 2 points difference.
Yes.
Alai?
No, it's now 5, but City will play today.
Okay.
Yes, and they can reduce it to 2 if they win. If they don't win, we've won the league.
It's my son Desmond Otu's birthday. Desmond, happy birthday to you. And I'm mentioning Desmond because I have to pay my DSTV bill. The other day, I told you, said, I haven't paid my DSTV bill yet, and you said you pay. Till today, you haven't paid. Desmond, let's do the reconnection. Maybe Bill will send you the Momo after this discussion. Happy birthday to you, by the way, Desmond. Do the reconnection again, and let's see what happens. Anyway, there's a whole lot going on.
Yeah,
which one are we starting with? Antoine Semenyo has been speaking. This guy has been on some fantastic wins in the last however weeks. I am happy for him.
Yeah.
And I doubt if he would win Premier League
not doubt.
Player of the Year.
No, I don't. He's in the running, but I don't think he will
I don't think he will win too.
Yeah.
But the nomination means everything to me.
Yeah, of course.
It means that what he's doing has actually go be no sharing with the back kick. What was all that about?
Charlie, I see in training. No, he was doing it in training.
Really?
It just came to mind when.
And then he tried it, and then that was the goal, and the only goal of that your friend. Who did he play against?
Chelsea. Yeah. Top goal.
Clark it.
Yes.
But he's also been speaking about the Black Stars. You know, many people are in doubt. Many people think that the Black Stars are just going to, do a showing at the World Cup.
Yeah.
But he says that it's not just a showing that they are going to do. They're actually going to compete.
And that should be the mentality going into the World Cup.
Okay.
It's a tough group. Group L with England, Croatia, Panama. But it's a group that the Black Stars can get out of, even as one of the third best placed finishers. So I think he's right in his mind to actually say that Ghana would be coming to the World Cup not just to be a participant, but actually compete.
Okay.
Bit of experience is coming. I feel like mentally a lot stronger, and I feel healthy, and I'm 100%. So I want to contribute the best way I can. Whatever I need to do for the team, I'll do, and just continue being a team player. It was very surreal at that time. I was still at Bristol, so. It was so special, but I feel like now I just want to prove, and we all want to prove that we're a top nation. We were so frustrated that we didn't qualify. It was very, very tough, but I feel like we've rectified that in terms of qualifying for the World Cup. But it's also like we're not just coming to the World Cup, we want to compete on all levels. So I feel like everyone in the team's ready to go. We want to, again, prove to the world that we can compete, but I feel like for us personally, we can compete with these teams. So yeah, it's just winning games and having fun and showing the nation what we can do.
Antoine Semenyo, the man of the moment.
Yeah.
My man of the moment.
Yes.
Anyway, what's our next story?
The head
Because
coach.
I'm told that the head coach, Carlos Queiroz, is asking for unity. We don't want I want to score, me alone. We don't want any me alone wahala for this World Cup. Come together.
Yes.
But exactly what has he been saying?
Yeah, I think he's been preaching unity. I think even in his first presser, he was trying to rally the crowd behind him, rally the journalists behind him. I think he's trying to transmit the message that, with all that has happened, it's very important for everybody to stick together before the World Cup starts, because it's very important if Ghana is to get past the group stages, which will be very, very tough in the kind of group that we are in. So Carlos Queiroz, who has been speaking to the media, has stated that the players, the officials, and every important stakeholder should rally behind the team.
In this short period of time, my job, it is based on two ways, I would say. First of all, I'm doing a very honest and loyal assessment, and I'll call you an integrity report of every single detail that we are good or we have to improve. This Because if you lie to ourselves, we cannot improve. And all the teams in the world now, we are more or less in the same page because nobody's perfect. We have weaknesses and we have strengths. So my first job it is to make that integrity report honest and not to lie, and start to put in place the solutions for us to improve, to be better. I have
Okay, calling for unity for the Black Stars ahead of the FIFA 2026 World Cup. That's a good call.
Yeah.
We wait to see what the boys will do for us.
Yes, indeed.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, they'll play this
There's
Friday.
a friendly, right? There's a friendly.
There's a friendly this Friday.
Okay.
They'll be playing against Mexico in Mexico.
Okay.
So we'll see what these boys who have been called by Carlos Queiroz will bring up on that day.
Okay. All right. Let's go and talk about the Premier League because it looks like Arsenal is on the brink of ending their 22-year...
Say the name again.
What is it with you? Is it the way I say it, or it's your love, or it's your love for
both.
the team?
It's both. So you say.
Say Arsenal.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. No, it's okay. Let's go.
So Arsenal need.
You guys have waited for 22 years.
Oh yeah.
You haven't won the Premier League trophy.
Now very close.
You haven't won the Premier League trophy.
Haven't won, but
it kind of looks like you're very close.
Yes.
Good morning to you, Engineer Samoa. Kind of looks very close, but I don't know. Shati, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh.
Man City, what do you mean?
He won it in the FA Cup. Yeah, that's his last trophy.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Let's know what's going to happen with that.
Yes, so Arsenal defeated Burnley last night by a goal to nil. They now realistically need a victory against Crystal Palace. Or City might drop points today, and then Arsenal will be confirmed as champions of the Premier League for the first time since 2004.
Well, it's okay.
Yes, as you can see, you see the gap. It's 5 points. City will play Bournemouth today. Yes, so they shouldn't drop points. If they drop points, you have won the league.
No
then,
problem.
During the weekend, Crystal Palace.
I said relax, no problem. We'll have a lot of time to talk about it. Do not worry at all. But Pep Guardiola is saying goodbye to Man City.
Yes, he's
after
leaving.
10 years.
Yes,
and 20 trophies.
Yes.
I don't know why though, but yeah, it is what it is.
Oh,
what do you say to that?
I mean, I think he's done a fantastic job in the 10 years at Man City. He won the league on 6 occasions. He won the Champions League. He won a treble with Manchester City.
I remember
he's
that.
Done fantastic job at Manchester City. He's terrorized my team.
Which is Arsenal.
Yes, he's terrorized them so much. So on that note, I'm happy he's leaving.
Okay.
We don't need a terrorist.
I'm not happy he's leaving.
Oh,
I've been following Pep Guardiola for quite a bit. I remember those days that he used to wear the suit and the black slim tie.
Yeah.
That was how he caught my attention. These days he doesn't wear that anymore. But is there any reason he's always in black?
I don't know. It's probably a fashion choice.
It's the number one question I would love to ask him if I ever encounter him. Anyway. We wish him all the best. We don't know where he's headed to yet. We don't even know if he's just going to stay at home, on retirement and all of that. But we wish him the very, very best.
Indeed,
but as for the Arsenal Man City one, tomorrow we'll be here to talk about it.
Yeah, by
for
that
now,
time,
just put
City
a
would
stone
have
on it.
dropped points.
Bill, thank you very much.
If they do,
Bill,
I'll
have a great day.
I'll bring a jersey here. Me, I'm telling you.
You made the promise here on TV. You made the promise here on TV.
Mutala will be doing the hosting duties. Then you see me
bring the jersey. Okay, no problem.
I'll give it to Mutala to wear.
Okay, we are looking forward to that tomorrow. Thank you for sticking and staying with us through the sports segment. Coming up is a very important conversation because I know you like your trophy, but are you aware that trophy has been banned in this country by the FDA from the year 1992? Are you aware? Say trophy na wood, it's been banned by the FDA. We'll get into that conversation right after this break. It's still TV3 Newday. Now, imagine a product banned from the year 1992, over 3 decades ago, still finding its way onto our plates, into our homes, on our markets, everywhere, especially on Friday, you find this very delicacy. I'm talking about chofi, as many of us will call it. Well, other people say turkey tail, but the popular name for it here in Ghana is chofi. But do you know that the FDA banned the consumption, the importation, first of all, and the consumption of chofi from the year 1992? So here's the question. If it's been banned, how does chofi still find its way onto the Ghanaian market? How are you still enjoying it with your fried yam or fried potatoes? How are you still looking fine as a Ghanaian in your eyes, even though the FDA has indicated that it is very harmful for your health? There's been a number of crackdown activities embarked on by the FDA, but still we are consuming chofi. So this morning, we have with us here a dietitian who wants to take us through exactly why you must not consume chofi. Prince Ishmael Dima, he's a dietitian, and we also have a veterinary officer on Zoom with us, Dr. Benjamin Kisi Sasu, who will be taking us through this very discussion this morning. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very fine.
Many Ghanaians are saying and asking the question that, well, we didn't even know, first of all, that it was banned from 1992, but we are still consuming it. You say it's fatty and it's not good for our health and everything, but we look perfect. That's what Ghanaians are saying. What do you have to say to that?
First of all, T, thank you, and good morning to our viewers across Ghana and the world. We don't look perfect, as you may want to say. We don't look perfect at all. Chofi, popularly known in Ghana, was banned in 1999 by the Ministry of Trade and Industry.
Oh, in 1999
yes.
Not in 1992?
1999.
Okay.
By the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And you know, obviously, FDA is a regulatory agency that supersedes or supervises some of these things.
Okay.
Yes, intermittently there are crackdowns on these vendors on the streets, but you still find them everywhere. I'm sure anywhere in Accra here you go or you visit, you will see people selling chofi. The truth is that chofi is unhealthy for our consumption.
Okay. How so?
Why am I saying, yes, great. Why am I saying that? The percentage of fat content required for poultry, whether guinea fowl, chicken, or turkey, to be sold in Ghana for mass consumption is supposed to be less than 15%.
Less than 15%.
Or exactly
fat content on the meat product.
On the meat product.
Okay.
Especially poultry product is supposed to be 15% or less.
Or less.
However, chofi, known as turkey tail, has fat content between 70 and 80%.
Jesus.
And this fat content is not just healthy fat. There's a type of fat we call saturated fat.
Okay.
This kind of fat is unhealthy for human being
Right.
to the extent that when you continually consume it, it leads to clogging of arteries and veins. All right? And essentially, this causes what we call hypertension or high blood pressure that also leads to stroke. And you would agree with me that currently in Ghana, the leading cause of hospital admission for adults is hypertension.
So is the danger in the frequency of consumption, the amount of consumption, or like where do we draw the line?
Yeah, so the danger is not actually, even though it's in the frequency of consumption, we would say that accumulation, you may not know, you will say you want to taste it today, taste it tomorrow, perhaps you leave it, and then the next 3 months you taste it again.
Okay.
The levels of calories in the chofi, let me explain again, per gram is 9 kilocalories.
Okay.
So I'm trying to say in protein.
Explain that to the layman, because
yes.
the layman does not understand 9 kilocalories.
Great. So if you are eating, for example, banku, and it's 1 gram,
yes,
it gives you 4 kilocalories.
Okay.
1 gram is 4 kilocalories.
Okay.
Protein gives you 4 kilocalories. Fat alone gives you 9 kilocalories. That's about twice plus 1.
Wow.
Excess calorie is in it. Now, chofi has more fat than the real fat we know. Chofi does not also contain just healthy fat, saturated trans fats. It's introduced into it because when they send it around, right, and then sell, buyers are not able to finish buying. These women send it home and heat it again the next morning via refrying.
Right.
And this introduces excess fat into the chofi. It means all that you are consuming is unhealthy. It's trans fat, it's saturated fat, and essentially will lead to your ill health.
So then describe to us, over time, what happens to the body when saturated fat is built in the system for a long time?
Great. So this is a very great question that will lead us to the NCDs, the non-communicable disease we are talking about.
Okay.
Now, when you continually take chofi, the consequences are one, clogging of arteries, that we call scientifically atherosclerosis. Your veins, your arteries that carries blood to your brain will be clogged. That the heart will need extra power, extra strength to transfer this blood and oxygen and nutrient to your brain. That is what leads to the high blood pressure.
Okay.
So you are getting clogged arteries or atherosclerosis, you are developing hypertension, you're also developing obesity because of the excess calories you have consumed from this chofi. You become obese over time. And that is also leading you to type 2 diabetes. And when one consumes this chofi, the deposits are visceral. What I mean by visceral is that the fat, excesses of the fat are deposited around the organs of the being. For instance, you. And this leads to type 2 diabetes. Apart from getting type 2 diabetes, you are also likely, because of the clogging, suffer heart attacks or cardiac arrest. All right?
So people are consuming chofi, going through all these health hazards without knowing it.
Yes.
And they probably could just peg it onto something else that's causing it.
Exactly.
But not knowing it could be your consumption of chofi.
Let me say this. Let your food be your medicine.
And let your medicine be thy food.
So that at the end of the day, you don't make your medicine your food. Chofi, once it becomes your food now, at the end of it all, medicine will become your food.
Let's go on Zoom now and speak to Benjamin, who is a veterinary officer. Benji, the first question I would want to ask you is this. Is it only just the health bit of it, or with the animals? Because what we are told is that with the turkey, and please confirm that for us this morning, we are told that oftentimes if they would have to inject medicine into the systems of the turkey, it is usually through the bats or the chofi, the buttocks part that we consume. Is that correct? So, and does that mean that if you're consuming chofi, you're consuming maybe remnants or pieces or bits of the injection?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. So first of all, I just want to say that the chofi, which is the turkey tail, is naturally part of the body of the turkey bird, which my dear colleague said, it is basically containing a gland called oil gland, which is 75% calories, as he said. It's fully of fat. By nature, it helps the turkey in showing their feathers. So if you see the male feathers, they show their feathers, and the oil goes to sort of let it look brighter. And when they are going to swim, also the oil helps them to float. And when they are flying in flight, it helps them to break. So it's by nature, it's part. That's how God has made them. And as the dietitian advised, the fact that it is part of a food animal doesn't mean we are supposed to consume. A whole animal can be a food animal, but some parts may not be good for our health because of the nature of it. Like when an animal, like the turkey, they give it a drugs. Most of the drugs can go into the fatty tissue, and for fat, they release the medication.
Oh, Benji. I hope technology is not failing us already. I think technology has failed us a little bit, but we'll go back to Benji on the telephone lines. Yes, but as you were saying, let's continue.
So just to add a bit to what he's saying, most of the veterinary drugs that are introduced into the poultry, for instance, the turkey, is passed through the tail because of the fat that it has, you know. Essentially, not really good for consumption. But if you are consuming it and perhaps are addicted to it and can't stop it, what I would say is, look at it this way. Is it okay to go and buy toffee with, say, 10 cedis?
No, it's not 10 cedis anymore. It's very expensive. The last time I asked how much it was in Aflao during Community Manifesto, one small piece was 50 Ghana cedi. And I hear there are some going for 70 and 80, depending on the size. Yeah.
Is it okay to buy toffee with 100 Ghana cedis, become sick, and spend 1,000 Ghana cedis on your health? You see,
it's not prudent.
It's not prudent. That is just like 80-20.
So hold on for me. I'll go back to Benjamin because I think we've re-established contact with Benjamin. Benjamin, you will continue with your submission, but one of the questions many people are asking is, from where you sit, this thing has been banned, and you've corrected that it wasn't in 92, but it was actually in 1999. Number one, what informed that decision? And number two, how do we still have it on the market and in our homes if it's been banned?
Great. So, veterinary service, yes, as part of the regulatory part, advise government when people want to import live animal or their products, and they come to veterinary services for permits. Since it was banned, we have not been issuing that permit to importers. The reason why it was banned is that as part of our non-communicable disease, which the dietitian said, yes, they are supposed to look at food product that cause.
Oh, Benji. Oh, too bad. Okay. Well, is he back?
Hello. There may be a food product that doesn't. Yes. Okay. Yes. There may be a food product which is not bringing diseases like infectious diseases, but one, it is bringing issues of cholesterol. When we advise because of the permits, we need to stop. So since 1999, we did. But as I said, even in Ghana, people wear turkey. So even not just the importation, those who wear turkey in the processing plants or slaughter facilities need to make sure that that part is given for public consumption. The part that is part of the food as it contains is fully of fat, and which is not so good. We don't want to say, oh, take it once in a while. You know, humans, when it starts, can get addicted. Once it's not good, we don't try it at all. We don't advise. And the issue about the drugs is that we can be giving ivermectin, which normally stays in fatty tissues for long. Because when you give ivermectin, sometimes you give after 4 weeks. So imagine it has been given and it stays in the fat. And the more the fat is part of the body of the animal, the more longer it takes to release it. So, and those drugs are drugs that we humans already take them when we are sick. So the point about it is that when we take turkey tail that contains these drugs, gradually we are helping antimicrobial resistance. Whenever you go to the hospital, the doctor would diagnose you, give the drugs, and it doesn't work. Or they go to the lab, they check. And you say, oh, you're going to take these drugs. You're taking them through this product you are eating. Already, we have now, for the past 3 to 4 years, begun to educate farmers about the good use or prudent use of antimicrobials or the drugs.
Right.
We are not yet there. You know, we are still having issues. So even apart from the fat issue, the drug rate is also of importance. And we want to let people listening to know that whatever is being said is for our good. It is true that we all have been used to it. Even myself, before going to veterinary medicine education, in my lifetime, I've taken this. But once I got to know, and I realized it was not good, it's not something that we have to promote.
You know, in our local parlance, and I'll say this in tree, you know, many Ghanaians will say, oh, near who see we cry, we've eaten worse than this. We eat pork, and now my sebio, and what a pumu cry, every say a draw and a cheer cry, no, ye decry, and ye. What do you say to people like that? And especially, people are also losing cognizance of the fact that trophy na you know, yashan the kalanso.
Yes. So 3 things. Because some of the food products that we are eating doesn't cause what we call acute. You don't see it instantly. Like other food that when you take a disease, instantly you see people say, oh, and yes, yeah, what we are taking is slow killing.
Right.
And depending on everybody's body situation and the kind of work we do, somebody may be so active, so maybe it's helping to bend them. But what about others that we normally sit in office for so many hours, or others that our metabolism system is low? So some of the things that we get to diagnose of, sometimes even for them to pinpoint, once you go and they said you are having issues of stroke or there's high cholesterol, it's basically what you're taking. You may not make pinpoint because you may say, oh, maybe it's only during funerals that when I'm attending, I pass through at Coco and buy it on Instagram. So you don't count it because you don't see that you're eating every day. You may go and put your mind on maybe the eggs that you are taking it perhaps every day. And that's maybe the contributing factor. And I was happy that last week, somebody wrote on this WhatsApp, Facebook, saying that he was surprised that though he's having a lean body, he was going to suffer from stroke because of high cholesterol.
Wow.
And he said he was surprising people about their food. So sometimes we have done some things for years and we may think, oh, we can go away with it. Let's not forget that times are changing. And if the records are showing that people are dying from non-communicable disease, especially with issues of high cholesterol, it is for us to know. We may see it, oh, we have done it for years, people have taken it. Yes, some may do. Public health is looking at the majority, not looking at the few who may be taking certain things and maybe, well, even as a disease outbreak, it is expected that not everybody would, if they are infected, will die. But we have to look at the majority. And currently, this issue is for our own good. It is true that we are used to it. And I think we have to approach it by meeting all stakeholders and getting to get a sociologist to come in to really understand why all those who are playing parts in the value chain, why are they doing so? Maybe our mothers think it will kick them out of business. Can we go into another way? Okay, you can still be in business, but don't sell that part because the turkey, as a food animal, has flesh. That's the turkey tail we are advising not for you to sell.
Benji,
you can go to the turkey itself.
Okay, but Benji, as a veterinary officer, with this policy and all the crackdown, crackdowns that we've seen every now and then, would you say that this policy has failed? Because after 30 years and over, we are still consuming it. We still see it every day. We spoke to some of the vendors this morning, and they said, what really happens with these crackdown activities?
Okay, so I think the first time it was brought, the measure that they put into it worked to reduce it, but we forgot to go by because things have changed. The urbanization and the way of awareness are changed. People's tastes are beginning to change. I won't stand here and say that it's only Ghana. There are some countries who find themselves in other islands that for this turkey tail they consume, which when you check on online, there are US industry that export to these places. It is of a fact. But we are lucky that their nature, we are all Africans, but certain breed or race, when they take certain things, they may be exposed to issues of this concern. For Ghanaians, if we continue to take it, for us, our predisposition to getting a high level of cholesterol with taking these things is of a high. That's why we need to concentrate. And I think the approach must go differently. This time, get a team and get a sociologist to understand the various actors, why are they into it, and be able to help them propose a solution. I think the first time that we did it, we didn't bring them on board and we just took the decision and brought it to them. No, sometimes I think we should carry them along, bring some of their influencers. Sometimes we feel those people have not been to school, so they may not. If you listen to the interview, they are making certain statements based on what they know. But should we sit them on a round table and explain them even to the local language and show them the anatomy, what it contains, show them pictures, show them why it takes a long time, and show them kind of cases that have happened. I'm sure Amadeus will do so. There have been a lot of cases that we use a different approach and it's working. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board and get them to, and not just leave them to their fate, thinking, oh.
Okay. Dr. Benjamin Kisisa, who is a veterinary officer. Benji, thank you so much for your time this morning. We'll end with you on Zoom and wrap up here in the studio with Prince Ishmael. Just like he said, the local, the normal Ghanaian will say, I'm sure you've heard the Ghanaians say that most often. Would you say that education or enough education hasn't really gone down the grassroots for people to know the significance of avoiding
meat products to a larger extent, yes. I think we need to bring in our health promoters, the department under Ghana Health Service, and then other agencies, civic education, department to take charge of this activity and then drum it home. FDA and other agencies may do their work, but trust me, if we don't appreciate what they are doing, we won't buy in. Perhaps we can make tea an ambassador of Chofi ban. And then anytime you're on your program, you mention it. People watch and they know that if I eat Chofi, I either get bad cholesterol, get stroke, or cancers.
Right.
Reheating of Chofi, deep frying, is linked to cancer-causing agents.
And the vendors, they reheat and refry a number of times before letting it go.
Exactly. So these are all contributing to the rising nature of cancers in the country because there are certain agents we call carcinogens. For instance, the heterocyclic amines. Where once Chofi is heated and reheated, these are introduced into the Chofi, and once you keep on consuming it, you might likely develop cancers, for example, colorectal cancers, which are also coming up lately, right? So there are healthy options. If you are saying that don't sell Chofi, you can sell chicken.
Or you can sell turkey, the meat
breast.
itself.
The turkey breast is there. The meat of the turkey itself is there, all right? You can even soybean.
Right.
These people are now beginning to appreciate the importance of soy because it's a very healthy source of protein. It's a plant source. There are so many things that we can do to make sure that we avoid getting sick all the time. But then, traditionally, it appears we are used to certain concepts, and then to run away from it is always difficult. What we are saying is that Chofi is unhealthy for you. Don't eat it. If you are addicted and can't stop it, limit the intake so that you don't develop the consequences later.
Well, thankfully, the good news is that fried yam is still good for you. You're not saying that fried yam is bad. And your vendor who sells fried yam has the option of fish. Some of you love your gizzards, and you can avoid the Chofi bit of it. So please be guided. We've received a lot of education this morning. So just in case you are eyeing fried yam and Chofi for lunch, you may want to rethink your decision. Don't tell me last one. No. It'll be a last one. No. That is what will go and bring the health issue or the health hazard. So please avoid it completely. If you are just eyeing it for today's lunch, please have a rethink about it. Prince Ishmael, you are a dietitian. Prince Ishmael Dima is a dietitian. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We'll continue on TikTok. We'll continue on TikTok. All right. For those of you celebrating your birthdays today, happy birthday to you. To my own son, Desmond O2. Desmond O2 would always do my DSTV reconnection for me when I refuse to pay because sometimes I can't. So, Desmond, happy birthday to you. I hope that you have a very, very, very great day. And then my very beautiful, hard-working woman all the way in Tamale. By Faith Catering. It is your birthday today. By Faith Catering, happy birthday to you. Thank you for all you do for us. God bless you so very, very much. We are appreciative of your love and everything that you do for us. A number of birthdays that we have as well. Eugene DeWise, it's your birthday as well today. Happy birthday. Priscilla Sewa Boedu of 3 Group, right here at MG. Priscilla, happy birthday. This photo shoot is it's beautiful. Your dress is amazing. Happy birthday to you, Priscilla. All right. Eugene Device, designer extraordinaire. It's from me, Esiedua, and all your clients that you make beautiful clothes for. Eugene Device, happy birthday. Sandra Jamfi, Ghana Immigration Service, happy birthday. That's a nice kente. Hilda Rebecca Namele Numa Jobo Onum. Success Kekeli of Accra, happy birthday to you as well. Reverend Joycelyn Dewu Supe, happy birthday. Petelsa, it's your day as well. Enjoy. Ohima Ekuyasewa, aka Slim Mama, happy birthday to you, Mama. Echo Johnson, hey Echo, it's your birthday. Happy birthday from all of us here at Media General. Mrs. Matilda Zinabu PPO, oh, my own Matilda, by Faith Restaurant all the way in Tamale. Happy birthday, ma'am. Happy birthday. Mrs. Elizabeth Fori Juma, happy birthday to you as well, ma'am. Cindy of Unimac IFT, happy birthday to you, darling. Raphael Kono of Akuse, happy birthday to you, sir. EB Bright. Oh, Mayor of Tama, it's your birthday as well. Enjoy your day, ma'am. Enjoy. Moses Kodo, happy birthday to you. Okay. Regina Anaman, happy birthday. Keep shining. Petunia Trebi, happy birthday to you as well. Merry kiss. Mwah. Receive a kiss for your birthday. Okay. Abigail, it's your birthday as well. It's from Ellie. Mr. Samuel Koi, it's from your siblings and parents. Enjoy. Mr. Robertson Akotia, happy birthday to you, sir. Rita Kobina, happy birthday as well. Franklin Tete Annan, enjoy your birthday. Winston E. Bestman, have a gorgeous birthday. Brett Kwame Kokoroko, happy birthday to you as well. Lord J. Boateng of Calvary YPG, God bless you so much. Mr. Rexford Tuobi Otre, God bless you from your family and friends. Felix Miracle, it's your birthday. Enjoy. May every step is a name added. Oh, it was just from Bernard, but your name wasn't added. Happy birthday to you. Okay. Ellen, happy birthday to you as well. Okay. I think Ellen will be our last celebrant for the day. Thank you that you chose us one more time. Tomorrow, we will be here from 6 a.m. But please, when you do sending the birthday request, add the names of the celebrants, please. Enjoy the rest of our programming. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m.